Hi everyone, welcome to today's video on getting started with business analysis. If you've ever wondered how businesses make informed decisions, improve processes, and also drive success, business analytics is the heart of all. So whether you're new to this field or looking to strengthen your understanding, this video will guide you through the core concepts and methodologies that every aspiring business analyst should know. We'll begin with general introduction to business analytics, followed by overview of BABOK, which is Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, the industry standard guide for business analysts, and then we will dive into essential topics like business analysis planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration as well. Also how to manage the requirements lifecycle. You'll also learn about strategy analysis, requirement analysis, and design definition, which are crucial for aligning businesses' needs them technical solution. So finally, we'll wrap up with a solution evaluation, ensuring that business solutions are effective and deliver value. So whether you're aiming for a career in business analysis or want to understand its role in business success, this video will give you a structured roadmap to get started. So let's dive in. But before we get started, if you're interested to become a successful business analyst, Simplilearn offers the perfect certification program to help you achieve your goals. With this course, you learn how to solve complex business problems and gain essential skills, all aligned with IIBA BABOK V3 standards, including CBAP and CCBA certification. So you can find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Companies, regardless of the economy, continue to increase their investment on software development. The cost of getting it wrong can be astounding. Did you know that according to the CIO magazine, 71% of failed software projects are traced to poor requirements? 40% of the effort in an average software project is fixing errors. The Butler Group reported in 2005 that requirements defects account for 56% of rework. 250 billion of annual waste is traced to poor requirements globally. The US Bureau of Economic Analysis states that in 2008, 194.4 billion was spent on software development. 46 billion is spent on fixing software requirements errors USA. If we examine those last two numbers from the USA, almost 25% of all spending on software is rework associated with requirements. It is clear that improving business analysis capabilities can have a significant impact on the bottom line. Let's begin by first defining business analysis. Business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. In an enterprise, business analysis is performed on a variety of initiatives. An initiative may be strategic, tactical, or operational. Business analysis is performed within the boundaries of a project or for continuous improvement of a business. Let's begin by understanding what IIBA is. The International Institute of Business Analysis, or IIBA, was founded in Toronto, Canada in October 2003 to support the business analysis community. As a professional association, IIBA assists business analysts by defining standards for business analysis through the creation of a Guide to the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, or BABOK Guide, a summary of the knowledge within the BA profession reflecting current generally accepted practices. Identifying the skills necessary to be effective in the business analyst role through the IIBA Business Analysis Competency Model and Self-Assessment Tool. Recognizing business analysis professionals through the Entry Certificate in Business Analysis, or ECBA, Certification of Capability in Business Analysis, or CCBA, and Certified Business Analysis Professional, or CBAP, certifications. In this lesson, we'll look at the CBAP certification details. As a member of IIBA, you can take advantage of the following opportunities to advance your career: elevate your skill set, develop leadership skills, expand your network. To enhance your skill set, access resources including the BABOK Guide, Competency Model, Building Business Capability, or BBC Conference, IIBA Webinar Series, online library, and more. To develop leadership skills, volunteer with the international organization or your local chapter to gain leadership training, develop communication skills, and receive many other benefits. To expand your network, Attend networking and chapter events and join the online community to exchange ideas with peers, learn from experts in your field, and meet key professional contacts. The CBAP certification provides several benefits both to the individual as well as to organizations. Benefits to the individual may include the following: competence in the principles and practices of business analysis, participation in a recognized professional group, recognition of professional competence by professional peers and management, advanced career potential due to recognition as a professional business analysis practitioner, personal satisfaction of accomplishing a milestone in your business analysis career, improved overall performance, removal of uncertainty, and wider market opportunities with the certification. Ensuring you are continually improving and refining your activities through the process of achieving and maintaining certification. Potential for higher income for being formally recognized as an experienced business analysis professional. Recognition for having invested in a business analysis career and encouragement to keep doing so. Benefits to the organization may include the following: provides professional development, advancement, and recognition opportunities for staff. Demonstrates to customers, competitors, suppliers, staff, and investors that you use industry-standard business analysis practices. Demonstrates to your stakeholders that your business is run effectively. Improves staff responsibility, commitment, and motivation through regular assessment. Helps establish and implement business analysis practices as outlined in A Guide to the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge, BABOK Guide, by individuals recognized as being knowledgeable and skilled. Helps produce more reliable and higher quality results with increased efficiency and consistency by business analysis professionals who use industry-standard business analysis techniques. Enables identification of professional business analysts to clients and business partners. Demonstrates commitment to the field of business analysis, increasingly recognized as a vital component of any successful project. Next, let's look at the eligibility requirements for the exam-based Certified Business Analysis Professional, or CBAP certification. Work experience needed: minimum 7,500 hours of BA experience in the last 10 years. Knowledge area expertise: minimum 900 hours in 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. Professional development: 35 hours in the last 4 years. References: 2. Signed code of conduct: yes. Applying and taking the exam is a 5-step process. Step 1. You apply for and pay for the certification. Step 2. You pay for the exam. Step 3. You register for the exam. Step 4. You prepare for the exam. Step 5. You take the exam. Application and exam fees include the following: a non-refundable application fee of $125 for members and non-members. Exam fee in English and Japanese of $325 for members and $450 for non-members. Exam fee in German of $770 for members and $880 for non-members. Other fees applicable include exam cancellation fee, or CBT, which is $50 for members and non-members. Exam rewrite fee in English and Japanese is $250 for members and $375 for non-members. Exam rewrite fee in German is $430 for members and $540 for non-members. Note that IIBA, in partnership with the European Association of Business Analysis, or EABA, is now offering business analysis certification exams in German-speaking Europe and at all test center locations where IIBA exams are offered. All fees are payable in US dollars. If you are a Canadian resident or a GST or HST, that is Goods and Services Tax and Harmonized Sales Tax registrant, GST or HST must also be paid. The application fee is not refundable regardless of whether an application is approved or approved pending audit, and if an application audit is not passed. The CBAP exam is a 3.5-hour-long exam and consists of 150 multiple-choice questions, with 4 possible answers to select from. IIBA has some recommendations on how to prepare for the exam. Note that these recommendations are guidelines and do not necessarily guarantee your passing the exam. Review the IIBA BABOK Guide. Review the BABOK Learning Guide found in the online library on the Community Network. Review frequently asked questions on the IIBA website. Review recommended resources on the IIBA website. Attend training as needed. Find opportunities in day-to-day work to practice tasks by following the BABOK Guide. Find a business analysis mentor. Join a study group. Attend local IIBA chapter meetings. Review available study guides. Shown here are the percentages of questions from the different knowledge areas in the CBAP tests. Business analysis planning and monitoring is 14%. Elicitation and collaboration is 12%. Requirements lifecycle management is 15%. Strategy analysis is 15%. Requirements analysis and design definition is 30%. Solution evaluation is 14%. Individuals who have attained the CBAP designation must demonstrate an ongoing professional commitment to the business analysis profession by satisfying the CBAP recertification program. There are 2 reasons for recertification: to ensure that the business analysis professional is keeping up with changes in the profession, to ensure that the business analysis professional contributes to the profession. The recertification program supports the ongoing professional development of individuals who have attained the CBAP designation, referred to as a CBAP recipient. The purposes of recertification are as follows: to encourage the ongoing professional development of CBAP recipients, to encourage and recognize individualized learning, to encourage the efforts of CBAP recipients to give back to the profession, to offer a standard and objective mechanism for recording professional development activities, to sustain the global recognition and value of the CBAP designation. All CBAP recipients are required to meet continuing proficiency requirements to maintain their designation. Continuing proficiency is one of the important benchmarks of a quality certification program. About renewing your certification. The IIBA certification needs to be renewed every 3 years. The CBAP recertification handbook and related forms are posted on the IIBA website. Additionally, note that to ensure receiving all IIBA communication, update your email address in your profile on the IIBA website. Email communications from IIBA may inadvertently be blocked or forwarded to bulk mail folders by some spam filters. CBAP recipients should, therefore, add certification@iiba.org to their personal address book in their email program to help ensure important certification program messages from IIBA, specifically those from the certification team, are received. CBAP recipients must normally report 60 accepted CDUs and submit their recertification application prior to the end of their 3-year cycle to avoid suspension of their credentials. Continuing Development Units or CDU. Earned CDUs must be reported using the CBAP CDU reporting form. The recertification program organizes CDUs into 6 categories. 1. Formal academic education. 2. Professional development. 3. Professional activities. 4. Self-directed learning. 5. Volunteer service. 6. Professional experience. Please refer to the recertification handbook for the maximum number of CDUs allowed under each category. Before we get started with the lesson, let's consider some interesting facts. Companies, regardless of the economy, continue to increase their investment on software development. The cost of getting it wrong can be astounding. Did you know that according to the CIO magazine, 71% of failed software projects are traced to poor requirements? 40% of the effort in an average software project is fixing errors. The Butler Group reported in 2005 that requirements defects account for 56% of rework. 250 billion of annual waste is traced to poor requirements globally. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis states that in 2008, $194.4 billion was spent on software development. 46 billion is spent on fixing software requirements errors in the USA. If we examine those last two numbers from the USA, almost 25% of all spending on software is rework associated with requirements. It is clear that improving business analysis capabilities can have a significant impact on the bottom line. Let's get started with the lesson Introduction to BABOK Guide to learn the business analysis key concepts, tools and techniques, competencies and knowledge areas to improve business analysis capabilities. This lesson will take you through who is a business analyst, business analysis core concept model, business analysis knowledge areas, requirements classification, requirements and design, who is a stakeholder. Let's begin by first defining business analysis. Business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. In an enterprise, business analysis is performed on a variety of initiatives. An initiative may be strategic, tactical, or operational. Business analysis is performed within the boundaries of a project or for continuous improvement of a business. Let's next discuss what the role of a business analyst is in an enterprise. A business analyst is any person who performs the business analysis tasks described in the BABOK Guide, no matter what their job title or role is in an organization. A business analyst is responsible for discovering, synthesizing, and analyzing information, eliciting the actual needs of stakeholders, investigating and clarifying the expressed desires of stakeholders, determining underlying issues and their causes. These are the core responsibilities of a business analyst. However, a business analyst may also perform other activities as required by the organization. For business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for business analysis. BACM defines 6 terms that convey the same meaning to all business analysts: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let's understand what these terms mean. Change is an act of transformation in response to a need. Change is for improving the performance of an organization and is controlled through business analysis activities. To improve the overall performance of an organization, a business analyst defines the change strategy based on the need. Need is a problem or opportunity to be addressed. Needs can arise internally or externally. Needs can be addressed by enhancing an existing solution or introducing a new solution. Solution is a way to satisfy one or more needs in a context. A solution helps a stakeholder resolve a problem or take advantage of an opportunity. A stakeholder is a group or individual related to the change, need, or solution. A stakeholder is involved, is impacted positively or negatively by the outcome of change, or can influence the change. Value is usefulness to a stakeholder within a context. Value can be tangible or intangible. Tangible values are often measurable and have a monetary component. Intangible values are measured indirectly and have motivational, compliance, morale, satisfaction, or reputation components. Context includes the circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of the change. Changes occur within a context. Therefore, a business analyst recommends the most viable solution within the context. These 6 components are interrelated and are referred to in the definition of business analysis. Business analysts shall consider how each core concept is addressed while planning or performing tasks by asking questions around each of these terms. We will refer to the Business Analysis Core Concept Model when discussing the business analysis knowledge areas in subsequent lessons. The 6 core concepts we discussed may be used or applied when performing the tasks within the business analysis knowledge areas. So let's discuss the knowledge areas defined in the BABOK Guide, which is a common framework for all perspectives. The BABOK Guide describes 6 business analysis knowledge areas. These encompass several tasks to be performed in the practice of business analysis. The 6 business analysis knowledge areas include business analysis planning and monitoring, elicitation and collaboration, requirements lifecycle management, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, or RADD, solution evaluation. The business analysis planning and monitoring knowledge area describes the tasks to be performed to organize and coordinate the effort of business analysts and stakeholders. Output from the tasks performed in this knowledge area is used as a key input or as guidelines for the tasks performed in other knowledge areas. Elicitation and collaboration describes the tasks to be performed to prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, and confirm elicitation results. It also describes how communication of business analysis information and ongoing collaboration must be done with stakeholders. Requirements Lifecycle Management describes the tasks to be performed to manage and maintain requirements and design information from inception to retirement. Strategy Analysis describes the tasks to be performed for collaboration with the stakeholders to identify the real need and enable the organization to address that need. It also describes the tasks for aligning the resulting strategy for change with higher and lower level strategies of the organization. Requirements Analysis and Design Definition describes the tasks to be performed to structure and organize requirements discovered during the elicitation activity, specify and model requirements and design, validate and verify information, and identify solution options that meet the business need. Solution Evaluation describes the tasks to be performed to assess the performance of and value delivered by a solution and recommend actions to be taken to realize the full value of the solution. Let's look into the relationship between these 6 knowledge areas next. The 6 knowledge areas are all interlinked. Business analysis planning and monitoring governs all the tasks performed in other knowledge areas. Requirements are elicited through elicitation tasks with stakeholder collaboration in elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. These requirements are managed in Requirements Lifecycle Management knowledge area. Requirements are analyzed and documented in 3 core business analysis knowledge areas: strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, and solution evaluation. We have seen how requirements are managed, analyzed, or documented in different knowledge areas. Let's discuss requirements themselves. Requirements are classified as business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solutions requirements, transition requirements. Let's look at details of each of these requirements. Business requirements. Business requirements are statements of goals, objectives, and outcome that describe why a change has been initiated. Business requirements are analyzed and documented in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Stakeholder requirements. Stakeholder requirements describe the needs of the stakeholders that must be met in order to achieve the business requirements. Stakeholder requirements are analyzed and documented in the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge areas. Stakeholder requirements bridge business requirements and solution requirements. Solution requirements. Solution requirements describe the capabilities and qualities of a solution that meet stakeholder requirements. Solution requirements are analyzed and documented in the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge areas. Solution requirements can be further classified into functional and non-functional requirements. Functional requirements are capabilities that a solution must have. Non-functional requirements are qualities that a solution must have. Transition requirements. Transition requirements describe the capabilities that the solution must have to facilitate transition of the organization from the current state to the future state. Transition requirements are analyzed and documented in the solution evaluation knowledge area. Slide 18. Some of the requirements documents include B or D, business requirements documents comprising both business and stakeholder requirements. FSD, Functional Specification Document, and SRS, Solution Requirements Specification. Other requirements, such as project requirements and design requirements, are outside the purview of a business analyst. Requirements lead to design. As design evolves, it leads to discovery and analysis of information. A requirement or a set of requirements may be used to define design. While requirements are focused on needs, design is focused on the solution. Requirements and design could be recursive. Business analysis tasks, such as specify and model requirements, may refer to requirements, but the intent is to include design as well. Solutions are designed by a business architect and implemented by subject matter experts. However, a business analyst reviews the final designs to ensure that they align with the requirements. A stakeholder is an individual or group that a business analyst is likely to interact with directly or indirectly. The BABOK guide refers to the following stakeholders. Business analyst is an individual or group performing business analysis activities. Business analyst shall be interacting with internal and external stakeholders. Project manager, implementation subject matter experts, operational support, tester and domain subject matter experts are the internal stakeholder. Supplier, customer, end user, regulator, and sponsor are the external stakeholder. Sponsor, end user, and regulators can be internal for in-house initiatives. During project phase, the business analyst and project manager need to work closely for the success of the project. Project managers are responsible for the work required to deliver the solution. Implementation subject matter experts are responsible for the designing, construction, or developing the solution. Operational support is responsible for day-to-day maintenance of deployed or to-be-deployed solution and source for operational requirements. Testers are responsible for verifying the solution. They contribute in defining acceptance criteria. Domain subject matter experts are having in-depth domain knowledge relevant to the business need or solution scope. Suppliers provide products or services to the organization. Customers may use products or services produced by the organization. End users directly interact with products, services, or solutions. Regulators are responsible for defining and enforcing standards. Sponsors are responsible for initiating the effort to define business need and solution. This topic will take you through the techniques for business analysis referred to by BABOK V3. A business analyst may use different techniques while performing the tasks in the business analysis knowledge areas. Of the techniques used to accomplish tasks, 50 business analysis techniques are referred to in BABOK version 3. These are listed here. We will discuss each of these techniques as we progress through the course. This topic will introduce you to business analysis perspectives. In addition to business analysis techniques, BABOK also describes perspectives. Perspectives provide focus to tasks and techniques specific to the context of an initiative. Perspectives are not mutually exclusive. Most initiatives are likely to engage one or more perspectives. For example, if solution to an IT project involves changes to the business process, then the approach must be agile. Here, Agile information technology and business process management perspectives are used. Large and complex initiatives might need to engage all the perspectives. 5 perspectives are included in the BABOK: Agile, Business Intelligence, Information Technology, Business Architecture, and Business Process Management. We'll discuss these next. Let's look at the Agile perspective. An Agile initiative involves an Agile mindset, Agile values and perspectives, progressive elaboration of business planning, elicitation, analysis, design, and construction of solution. Agile advocates lightweight documentation, informal face-to-face communication, just-in-time requirements, flexibility for change. Business analysis work is performed throughout an Agile initiative, and so a business analyst is an active member of an Agile team. Agile perspectives highlight the unique characteristics of business analysis in the context of Agile environments. Business intelligence perspective. Data is an organizational asset. The business intelligence perspective highlights the unique characteristics of business analysis in the context of transformation, integration, and enhancing data. Business intelligence is the transformation of data into valuable information so that stakeholders can take informed decisions. Business intelligence also helps stakeholders to manage strategic, tactical, and operational performance. Information technology perspective. The information technology perspective highlights the unique characteristics of business analysis in the context of the impact of change on information technology systems in an organization. IT is constantly evolving. Organizations need to undertake initiatives to upgrade or replace IT systems. Initiative may be as small as bug fixes and enhancements to one system, or as large as re-engineering the entire information technology infrastructure. A business analyst plays the role of translator between business and technology teams and helps them understand each other and align with organizational strategy. Business architecture perspective. The business architecture perspective highlights the unique characteristics of business analysis in the context of business architecture. Business architecture models the enterprise to show how strategic concerns of stakeholders are met and support ongoing business transformation efforts. This involves analytical thinking and applying architectural principles at the enterprise level. The solution may include changes to business, operational model, or structure to support ongoing business transformation. Business process management perspective. Business process management perspective highlights the unique characteristics of business analysis in the context of developing or improving business processes. The business process management discipline focuses on how an organization works across multiple functional areas and delivers value through process-centric lens to improve business processes. Business process management is an integral part of ongoing management and operations of the organizations. We will be discussing these perspectives in detail in upcoming lessons. Can you think of performing business analysis activities without planning or determining how you will monitor it? What happens if you start performing business analysis activities without planning? Sooner or later, you will land in a chaotic situation. The stakeholder may not know what their role is in business analysis work and when they need to be available. They may not know the business analysis approach, how information will be managed, or how decisions will be made. So there are many reasons to say planning is essential. Do you think it is important to determine how you are going to monitor business analysis work? Why? What happens if you start performing business analysis activities without determining how you are going to monitor? How do you know the approach and technique used are effective? What action should be taken to improve performance? This lesson on business analysis planning and monitoring will take you through business analysis activities and how to plan for them. For business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for the business analysis profession. BACM defines 6 terms that convey the same meaning to all business analysts: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let's understand what these terms mean. Change is an act of transformation in response to need. Change is for improving the performance of an organization and is controlled through business analysis activities. To improve the overall performance of an organization, a business analyst defines the change strategy based on the need. Need is a problem or opportunity to be addressed. Needs can arise internally or externally. Needs can be addressed by enhancing an existing solution or introducing a new solution. Solution is a way to satisfy one or more needs in a context. A solution helps a stakeholder resolve a problem or take advantage of an opportunity. A stakeholder is a group or individual related to a change, need, or solution. A stakeholder is involved, is impacted positively or negatively by the outcome of change, or can influence the change. Value is usefulness to a stakeholder within a context. Value can be tangible or intangible. Tangible values are often measurable and have a monetary component. Intangible values are measured indirectly and have motivational, compliance, morale, satisfaction, or reputation components. Context includes the circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of the change. Changes occur within a context. Therefore, a business analyst recommends the most viable solution within the context. These 6 components are interrelated and are referred to in the definition of business analysis. Business analysts shall consider how each core concept is addressed while planning or performing tasks by asking questions around each of these terms. We will refer to the Business Analysis Core Concept Model when discussing the business analysis knowledge areas in subsequent lessons. 5 tasks are performed in business analysis planning and monitoring. 4 planning tasks and 1 monitoring task. Plan business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, identify business analysis performance improvements. Business analyst starts performing business analyst tasks when there is a need, that is, problem or opportunity. It's important to consider internal and external influences while planning for business analysis approach, governance, information management, and stakeholder engagement. 4 planning documents are developed in this knowledge area, which governs the tasks performed in other knowledge areas. Business analysis approach is an output of Plan Business Analysis Approach task. Stakeholder engagement approach is an output of Plan Stakeholder Engagement task. Governance approach is an output of Plan Business Analysis Governance task. Information management approach is an output of Plan Business Analysis Information Management task. Business Analysis Performance Assessment is an output of Identify Business Analysis Performance Improvements task. Let's discuss each of these tasks in detail. The first task in this knowledge area is Plan Business Analysis Approach. The purpose is to define the overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Let's deep dive into this task. The purpose: find the overall method to conduct business analysis activities and the approach of making the change. Business analysis approach describes the planning of business analysis work from creation or selection of a methodology. Identify BA deliverables and define activities and tasks based on the methodology. Business analysis approach should provide adequate analysis for the change. Approach may be defined by methodology or organization standards. Need is an input to this task. Consider need, what is known at the time of planning, while defining BA approach. Output of this task is business analysis approach. It is an approach for performing business analysis activities, who will perform, and the timing and sequencing. Let's look at the elements of this task next. All planning methods falls between predictive and adaptive approaches. Predictive approach is also known as plan-driven, where upfront planning is heavy. Adaptive approach is also known as change-driven, where there is a little bit of upfront planning and rest of the planning is iterative. Formality and level of details of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. In adaptive approach, BA deliverables are informal and at a high level. It's progressively elaborated on as work progresses, and most of the elaboration is done just in time through conversation with the team. BA deliverables are barely sufficient such that implementation team can start developing or constructing the solution. Next element is to identify the activities required to complete each deliverables and breaking activities into tasks, and to determine when the BA tasks need to be performed. Consider the complexity and the size of the change, and the overall risk while planning business analysis approach. It's important that the business analysis approach is reviewed and agreed upon by key stakeholders. Apart from inputs discussed earlier, business analysis performance assessment and stakeholder engagement approach may be used as the guidelines and tools while planning business analysis approach. Business analysis performance assessment provides results from previous assessments incorporated into all business analysis planning approach. Stakeholder engagement approach helps in understanding the stakeholders' concerns and interest and influence decisions on the planning approach. Business policies, methodologies, and framework, expert judgment may be used as guidance while planning business analysis approach. Business policies defines the limits within which decisions must be made, regulations, contracts, etc. Methodologies and framework may be needed to be tailored to meet the needs. Expert judgment may be used to determine the optimal business analysis approach. 15 techniques may be used while planning business analysis approach, depending on the initiative. Brainstorming, interviews, survey and questionnaire, and workshops technique may be helpful in identifying possible business analysis deliverables, activities, tasks, risks, and any other relevant items to build business analysis approach. Business cases helps in understanding time-sensitive value or any uncertainty around the need or solution. Document analysis technique is used to review existing organization assets that might be helpful in planning business analysis approach. Estimation technique is used to determine how long it may take to perform business analysis activities. Financial analysis is used to assess how different approaches affect the value delivered. Functional decomposition technique is used to break down complex business analysis process into smaller components. Item tracking is used to track any issue raised by the stakeholder while planning business analysis approach. Lessons learned is used to identify success and challenges with different business analysis approaches from the previous experiences. Process modeling technique is used to model business analysis process. Reviews are used to review business analysis approach with key stakeholders. Risk analysis and management is used to assess the risk in order to select the proper business analysis approach. Scope modeling is used to determine boundaries of the solution as an input to the planning. There are 50 techniques referred in BABOK version 3. We will learn each of these techniques in different knowledge areas. Technique in bold indicates we will be going through in detail in upcoming slides. Let's look into lessons learned technique in detail. Lessons learned sessions are conducted in groups at every milestone or at the end of iteration or project phase. The purpose of lessons learned process is to compile and document successes, opportunities for improvement, failures, and recommendations for improving the performance of future projects or project phases. In Agile methodology, a lessons learned is referred as retrospective. A lessons learned sessions can be formal or informal working sessions. It helps in reinforcing positive experiences and successes, and reducing risks for future actions. There are certain limitations to this technique. Participants may be reluctant to document and discuss problems. Honest discussion may not occur if participants try to assign blame during the sessions. Lessons learned sessions may include review of business analysis activities and deliverables, the final solution, service or product, impact to organizational processes, performance expectations and results, positive or negative variance, root cause of results impacting performance, recommendations for behavioral approaches. A celebration may be included in lessons learned sessions if there is any notable achievement during iteration, project phase or project. Business analyst may involve the domain subject matter expert, project manager, regulator and sponsor in this task. Second task in this knowledge area is plan stakeholder engagement. The purpose is to plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationships with stakeholders. Let's deep dive into this task. The purpose of this task is to plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationships with stakeholders. The first step is to identify the stakeholder and analyze stakeholder characteristics, such as roles, attitude, authority, impact, influence, power, and so on. The identify stakeholder and analyze stakeholder activities are performed repeatedly throughout an initiative. Also consider stakeholder complexity while planning for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder complexity increases as the number of stakeholders involved in business analysis activity increases. What do we need in order to plan stakeholder engagement? First is understanding business need, and the parts of the enterprise it affects help in identification of stakeholder by reviewing organizational chart. Second, business analysis approach, because stakeholder engagement approach should align with business analysis approach. Output is the stakeholder engagement approach. Stakeholder engagement approach includes stakeholder analysis, understanding stakeholder communication need, and planning stakeholder collaboration to ensure effective collaboration with stakeholder in business analysis activities. Apart from inputs discussed earlier, business analysis performance assessment, change strategy, and current state description may be used as a guideline and tool while planning stakeholder engagement. Business analysis performance assessment provides results from previous assessments incorporated into stakeholder engagement approach. Change strategy is used in development of stakeholder engagement strategies. Current state description provides the context which can be used in stakeholder analysis and understanding the impact of the desired change. 13 techniques may be used while planning stakeholder engagement, depending on the initiative and business analysis approach. The brainstorming technique may be helpful in identifying stakeholder. Business rules analysis helps in identifying stakeholder who are source of the business rules. The document analysis technique is used to review existing organization assets that might be helpful in planning stakeholder engagement. The interviews technique is used to gain more knowledge about the stakeholder or stakeholder groups. Lessons learned is used to identify success and challenges with planning stakeholder engagement. Mind mapping is used to identify stakeholders. Organizational modeling is used to identify stakeholder and determine common needs and interest. The process modeling technique is used to categorize stakeholder by the systems that support their business processes. Risk analysis and management is used to assess the risk to the initiatives because of stakeholder attitude. Scope modeling is to show stakeholder outside the scope of the solution. Stakeholder list, map, or personas are used to depict the relationship of stakeholders. The survey and questionnaire techniques helps in identifying common characteristics of stakeholder. Workshops are used to gain more information about the stakeholder. There are 50 techniques referred in BABOK version 3. We will learn each of these techniques in different knowledge areas. Technique in bold indicates we will be going through in detail in upcoming slides. Let's look into organizational modeling and stakeholder list, map, or persona technique in detail. The purpose of organizational modeling technique is to describe the roles, responsibilities, and reporting structure that exist within an organization and to align those structures with the organizational goals. Organizational model is a visual representation of the organizational unit which defines the boundaries of a group, who is in the group, the formal relationships between members, who reports to whom. Organization chart doesn't reflect informal lines of authority, influence, and communication. The functional role of each person and the interfaces, interaction, and dependencies between the unit or stakeholders. Organization models are common in most organizations, however, models are sometimes out of date. 3 types of organizational models are prominent: functionally oriented, market-oriented, matrix model. Organization unit includes a number of roles. Each organization unit has interfaces with other organization units. Organization chart is used in the organization modeling using boxes depicting organization units, roles, and people, and a line depicting reporting or formal communication channel. Business analyst also needs to identify informal lines of communication which can influence business analysis activities. Let's see an example of an organization chart in the upcoming slide. Example of organizational modeling: functionally oriented, which shows reporting structure and formal line of communication. Now let us discuss one more business analysis technique: stakeholder list, map, or personas. Stakeholder lists, maps, and personas assist the business analyst in analyzing stakeholders and their characteristics. Stakeholder list is a thorough list of stakeholders. It helps in decisions made regarding stakeholder engagement, collaboration, and communication. Stakeholder analysis involves identifying the stakeholders that may be affected by a proposed initiative or that share a common business need. Stakeholder characteristics are considered while performing stakeholder analysis. They are level of authority within the domain of change, attitude toward or interest in the change, attitude toward the business analysis work, level of decision-making authority. 2 commonly used forms of stakeholder map are stakeholder matrix and stakeholder onion diagram. Stakeholder matrix maps the level of stakeholder influence against interest or impact. Stakeholder onion diagram indicates how stakeholder is involved with the solution. RACI matrix indicates the stakeholder responsibility on the initiative. RACI matrix is created to specify the level of responsibility expected from each stakeholder. RACI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Personas is defined as a fictional character that explains the typical user interacts with the product. Persona is written in narrative form. This is an example of stakeholder matrix based on interest or impact and influence. In this example, interest or impact and influence levels are low or high. There are 4 quadrants in the 2x2 matrix. 2 quadrants represents low influence or interest, and the other 2 represents high influence or interest. If you use 3 levels, low, medium, and high, then there will be 9 quadrants, 3x3 matrix. Once stakeholder matrix is created, you need to define stakeholder engagement strategy in this 2x2 matrix. First quadrant is high influence and low interest or impact. Since the stakeholder is highly influential and has less interest in the initiative, business analyst needs to ensure that the stakeholder remains satisfied. Second quadrant is high influence and high interest or impact. Since the stakeholder is highly influential and highly interested in the initiative, business analyst needs to work closely with the stakeholder and engage effectively. Third quadrant is low influence and high interest or impact. Since the stakeholder is less influential and highly interested in the initiative, business analyst needs to keep informed, and the stakeholder is likely to be very concerned because of their interest or impact in the initiative. Fourth quadrant is low influence and low interest or impact. Since the stakeholder is less influential and less interested in the initiative, business analyst needs to monitor and ensure the stakeholder's interest or influence does not change. During the project lifecycle, new stakeholders are identified and the existing stakeholder influence or interest or impact might change. Business analyst needs to engage the stakeholder based on the changes in stakeholder characteristics. This is an example of stakeholder onion diagram. This diagram shows how closely the stakeholder is involved with a solution. Core of the onion is solution delivery. This includes the project team and other stakeholders who are directly involved in developing the solution. Next is the affected organizational units. This includes end users, help desk, and others whose work changes when the solution is delivered. Next is the organization or enterprise. This includes sponsors, executives, domain SMEs, and others who interact with the affected group, but their work is not changed and they are not involved in developing the solution. Fourth layer is the affected external stakeholders. This includes customers, suppliers, regulators, and others. RACI matrix provides a level of responsibility expected from stakeholder in business analysis work. RACI is an acronym for Responsible, Accountable, Consult, and Inform. Responsible, a person performing the business analysis task. Accountable, a person or persons who approves. Consulted, person or group to be consulted for input before executing business analysis task. Informed, person or group who will be informed the results of the business analysis task. Personas are fictional generalized characters that encompass the various needs, goals, and observed behavior patterns among customers. The business analyst needs to create personas for each stakeholder group in order to understand better. Personas help in understanding stakeholders' typical work during a day, environment and challenges, roles and responsibilities, reporting structure, and preferences. Appropriate questions must be asked within the context of an initiative in order to create personas, if it is not available as part of organizational assets. The business analyst may involve customer, end user, supplier, regulator, sponsor, project manager, and domain subject matter expert in this task. So far, we have developed business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach. We have identified business analysis deliverables and when and what business analysis tasks will be performed. We have answered the questions like: who are the stakeholders, what is their level of responsibility in business analysis work, and how they can influence business analysis work and their relationship with the solution. There are many more questions to be answered. Plan business analysis governance tasks deals with the questions how decisions will be made. How are we going to control changes, prioritize work, and how the deliverables will be approved? The purpose is to define how decisions are made about requirements and designs, including reviews, change control, approval, and prioritization. Let's deep dive into this task. The purpose of this task is to define how decisions are made about requirements and designs, including reviews, change control, approval, and prioritization. Business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach are the inputs to this task, and output is governance approach. Elements of governance approach are largely dependent on business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach. Business analysis governance approach includes decision-making process, prioritization approach, change control process, and approval process. Business analysis performance assessment provides results from previous assessments incorporated into the governance approach. Business policies define the limits within which decisions must be made. Current state description provides the context, which helps in how to make decisions. Legal or regulatory information describes legislative, rules, or regulations that must be followed, and the same can be used in developing a framework to ensure the decision-making process. 10 techniques may be used while planning business analysis governance, depending on the initiative and business analysis approach and stakeholder engagement approach. Brainstorming, interview, survey and questionnaire, and workshops technique is used to identify possible decision-making, change control, prioritization, and approval process. Document analysis technique is used to review existing governance process. Item tracking is used to track any issue raised by the stakeholder while defining business analysis approach. Lesson learned is used to identify if past experience can be leveraged in current or future initiatives. Organizational modeling is used to identify roles and responsibility within organization to define a governance approach. Process modeling technique is used to document the process for governing business analysis. Reviews are used to review proposed business analysis governance plan with key stakeholders. Business analyst may involve domain subject matter expert, project manager, regulator, and sponsor in planning business analysis governance. The fourth task in this knowledge area is Plan Business Analysis Information Management. In this topic, you will learn to assess business analysis work and to plan to improve processes where required. Let's deep dive into this task. The purpose of this task is to develop the Business Analysis Information Management Plan. The Business Analysis Approach, Stakeholder Engagement Approach, and Business Analysis Governance Approach are the inputs to this task, and its output is the Business Analysis Information Management Approach. Elements of the governance approach are largely dependent on the Business Analysis Approach, the Stakeholder Engagement Approach, and the Business Analysis Governance Approach. Business Analysis Information Management includes how business analysis information will be organized, its level of abstraction, traceability approach, planning for requirements reuse, how business analysis information will be stored and accessed, and the attributes of the requirements. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, a business analyst may use business analysis performance assessment, business policies, information management tools, and legal or regulatory information as guidelines and tools while planning business analysis information management. Business Analysis Performance Assessment provides results from previous assessments that are incorporated into the information management approach. Business policies define the limits within which decisions must be made. Information management tools are available for storing, retrieving, and sharing business analysis information. Legal or regulatory information describes the legislative rules or regulations that must be followed, and that can be used for developing a framework to ensure the decision-making process. 8 techniques may be used while planning business analysis information management, depending on the initiative and business analysis approach, stakeholder engagement approach, and governance approach. Brainstorming, interviews, survey and questionnaire, and workshop techniques are used to uncover the business analysis information needs. Item tracking is used to track issues with the current information management process. Lessons learned is used to identify if past experience can be leveraged in the current or future initiatives. Mind mapping is used to identify and categorize the kinds of information that need to be managed. The process modeling technique is used to document the process of managing business analysis information. The business analyst may involve the domain subject matter expert, regulator, and sponsor in planning business analysis information management. So far, we discussed 4 business analysis planning tasks. The 5th task in this knowledge area is Identify business analysis performance improvements. It is related to monitoring business analysis work. The purpose is to assess business analysis work and to plan to improve processes where required. Let's deep dive into this task. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Statement by Peter Drucker hides questions like what to measure, how to assess, and metrics to use. The purpose of this task is to assess business analysis work and to plan to improve processes where required. Business analysis approach and performance objectives are the inputs to this task, and output is business analysis performance assessment. Elements of governance approach are largely dependent on business analysis approach and performance objectives. Business analysis performance improvement plan includes process of performance analysis, assessment measures, analyzing results, and recommending actions for improvements. The business analyst may use existing measures or define new measures to assess performance of business analysis work. Some possible measures can be accuracy, completeness, knowledge, effectiveness, organizational support, significance, strategic, and timeliness. Business analysis performance results are compared with a set of defined measure. The analysis may be performed on business analysis process, deliverables, and resources involved. Recommended actions can be preventative, corrective, or improvement. Apart from inputs discussed earlier, Organization Performance Standard may be used as a guideline while identifying business analysis performance improvements. Organizational performance standards includes details of performance metrics or expectations for business analysis work mandated by the organization. 13 techniques may be used while planning business analysis performance improvements depending on the initiative and business analysis approach. Brainstorming technique may be helpful in generating ideas for improvement. Interviews technique is used to assess business analysis performance. Item tracker is used to track any issue raised by the stakeholder during business analysis performance improvement process. Lessons learned is used to identify recommended changes which can be incorporated in current initiative. Metrics and Key Performance Indicators, or KPIs, is used to determine appropriate metrics to assess business analysis performance. And observation is used to understand the current state. Process analysis is used to analyze existing business analysis process and identify improvement opportunity. The process modeling technique is used to define business analysis process. Reviews are used to identify changes to business analysis processes and deliverables. Risk analysis and management is used to identify potential events which might impact business analysis work. Root cause analysis is used to identify the underlying cause of failure. The survey and questionnaire technique is used to gather information from stakeholders on business analysis activities and deliverables. Workshops are used to gather assessment of business analysis performance. There are 50 techniques referred in BABOK version 3. We will learn each of these techniques in different knowledge areas. Technique in bold indicates we will be going through in detail in upcoming slides. Let's look into the Metrics and Key Performance Indicators technique in detail. Metrics and Key Performance Indicators, or KPIs, measure the performance of solutions, solution components, and other matters of interest to stakeholders. A metrics is quantifiable level of an indicator. A Key Performance Indicator, or KPI, measures progress towards a strategic goal or objective. KPIs derive from metrics. KPIs is used to measure the effectiveness of business analysis. Reporting is the process of informing stakeholder of metrics or indicators in specified format and specified intervals. Indicators should be clear, relevant, economical, adequate, quantifiable, trustworthy, and credible. Metrics can be a specific point, threshold, or range. Structure is establishing a monitoring and evaluation system. Reporting includes baseline, current, and target metrics. Visual presentation is more effective than tables. There are 3 factors in assessing the quality of metrics and KPIs: reliability, validity, and timeliness. Business analyst may involve domain subject matter expert, project manager, and sponsor in identifying business analysis performance improvements. According to the Business Analysis Core Competency Model, or BACM, the elicitation and collaboration knowledge area has 6 main components. These are change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let us understand each of these in detail. The elicitation techniques are used to identify the characteristics of the change, including stakeholders' concerns. This also determines the extent of elicitation and collaboration required. Elicit, confirm, and communicate needs. Elicitation is iterative and incremental. The understanding of the needs may evolve over time. Elicit, confirm, and communicate are the desired characteristics of proposed solutions. Manage the collaboration with the stakeholders who participate in the business analysis work. Collaborate with the stakeholder to assess the relative value of information provided during elicitation. Apply elicitation techniques to identify business analysis information about the context that may affect the change. 5 tasks are performed in elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. These are: prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, communicate business analysis information, manage stakeholder collaboration. While performing the first 3 tasks, you are also managing stakeholder collaboration as per the stakeholder engagement approach. The first 3 tasks of prepare, conduct, and confirm are sequential. Needs and stakeholder engagement approach are inputs to the task prepare for elicitation. Business analysis information and stakeholder engagement approach are inputs to the task communicate business analysis information. Stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment are inputs to the task manage stakeholder collaboration. Certain outputs are expected from each task. For example, elicitation activity plan is an output of the task prepare for elicitation. Unconfirmed elicitation results is an output of the task conduct elicitation. Confirmed elicitation results is an output of the task confirm elicitation results. Communicated business analysis information is an output of the task communicate business analysis information. Stakeholder engagement is an output of the task manage stakeholder collaboration. Let's discuss each of these tasks in detail next. This topic will focus on purpose of the preparation task, the elements of the preparation task, the guidelines to be followed and tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and the last element, the stakeholders. Can you do paragliding without any preparation? Can you play cricket without any preparation? Can you cook a nice meal without any preparation? The answer to all of these questions is no. You need to prepare in order to perform any task. Your performance during the tasks also reflects how well you are prepared and your expertise in using techniques. You need to understand the scope, select an appropriate technique, set up the logistics, secure supporting material, and prepare stakeholders who will be participating in the task. Now, can you conduct elicitation without any preparation? You know the answer. What is the purpose of the first task, prepare for elicitation? The purpose of this step is to understand the scope of elicitation activity, select appropriate technique, and plan for supporting material and resources. The inputs are the needs and the stakeholder engagement approach. The output of this task is an elicitation activity plan. The elicitation activity plan enables you to prepare for conducting elicitation sessions based on the scope of elicitation and elicitation technique. It also helps set up the logistics, secure supporting material needed for this task. What are the different elements one would consider while preparing for elicitation? You need to understand the scope, select appropriate technique, set up logistics, secure supporting material, and prepare stakeholders who will be participating in the task. In addition to the inputs discussed, business analysis approach, business objectives, existing business analysis information, and potential value are used as guidelines and tools. Business analysis approach provides general strategy to be used as a guide. Business objectives provide directions towards future state. Existing business analysis information may provide better understanding of scope for a specific elicitation session. Potential value describes the value to be realized by implementing the proposed solution. There are 8 techniques that can be used when preparing for elicitation. List of stakeholders who need to be consulted while preparing for elicitation and who will be participating in the elicitation sessions. Brainstorming and mind mapping are used to identify existing business analysis information and selecting the elicitation technique. Document analysis is used to identify source of the supporting material. Data mining is used to identify information. This may need further investigation. Estimation technique is used to estimate the time and effort required along with associated cost. Interview is used to identify concerns about the planned elicitation activity. Risk analysis and management is used to identify and assess the risk related to elicitation session. The business analyst may involve the domain subject matter expert, the project manager, and the sponsor in this task. A domain subject matter expert provides supporting material and guidance. A project manager may help in ensuring appropriate people and resources are available for conducting elicitation session. A sponsor may approve or deny a planned elicitation event. This topic will focus on purpose of the conducting elicitation task, the elements of conducting the elicitation task, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used during the elicitation task, the list of available techniques, and the stakeholders involved during the conducting elicitation task. The purpose of this task is to draw out, explore, and identify information relevant to change. You have supporting material, resources, and activity plan to conduct elicitation results. When you are performing the elicitation activity in a team setting, you need to guide the elicitation session and capture elicitation results. If you are engaging in moderating or facilitating the session, then it is good that someone else performs the role of a scribe. Output of this task is unconfirmed elicitation result. There are 3 common types of elicitation: collaborative, research, and experiment. Collaborative elicitation. Business analyst interacts with the stakeholder and relies on their experience. In research elicitation, business analyst is discovering information from materials such as documents. The stakeholder may not be aware of this information. In experiments, business analyst discovers information without relying on the stakeholder or the documents. prototyping, and proof of concept are examples of elicitation through experiments. When you are performing elicitation activity in a team setting, you need to guide the elicitation session. You need to capture elicitation results. If you are engaging in moderating or facilitating the session, then it is good to have someone else perform the role of a scribe. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, business analysis approach, existing business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach, and support materials can be used as guidelines and tools. The business analysis approach influences elicitation techniques and business analysis deliverables. The existing business analysis information may guide the questions to be asked during elicitation. The stakeholder engagement approach provides collaboration and communication approach to be used during elicitation. The supporting material includes any material required to prepare the business analyst and the participants and equipment required during elicitation. The business analyst has 18 techniques at their disposal when eliciting business information. The selection of techniques will depend upon the scope of elicitation, the existing business analysis information, and business analysis approach used. Two techniques, namely workshops and interviews, are extremely useful. A business analyst will generally hold a series of workshops to refine the requirements and obtain approval. The business analyst may use a combination of techniques. For example, brainstorming, interview, and mind mapping during requirements workshop. Project timelines are a challenge. The business analysts are expected to perform and complete business analysis tasks quickly. In most of the techniques, you will need to involve the stakeholders. The availability of the stakeholders is another challenge. The business analyst must try to determine what should be done to utilize stakeholders' time effectively. The business analyst may use some techniques without involving the stakeholder. Some of these techniques are benchmarking and market analysis, document analysis, and observation to understand the current state, mind mapping to articulate and capture thoughts, ideas, and information. There are 50 techniques referred in BABOK version 3. We will learn each of these techniques in different knowledge areas. Let's look at 10 techniques: document analysis, observation, brainstorming, collaborative games, workshops, focus groups, survey and questionnaire, prototyping, interface analysis, and interviews in detail. Document analysis is used to elicit business analysis information by examining available materials that describe either business environment or existing organizational assets. It is also used to understand the context of a business need. It can be used to understand solution currently implemented. It also helps to validate findings from other elicitation efforts. It helps in engaging stakeholder effectively during elicitation and also saves stakeholders time. It does have some limitations. If there is a wide range of sources, the effect may be time-consuming. Also, outdated documents may cause confusion. Elements of document analysis technique are preparation, document review and analysis, and record findings. During preparation, the business analyst considers whether the source document is relevant, current, and has data or information required. Also, the business analyst must ensure the content is easy to understand. The document review and analysis includes a detailed review of each document and recording notes. Also, it identifies if the notes are conflicting or duplicated. If required, drills down to subtopics. When recording findings, consider if the level of detail is appropriate for the intended stakeholders. Ask yourself, how do you represent information to improve understanding? Observation is used to elicit information by viewing and understanding activities and their context. Observation of activities is also known as job shadowing. There are two approaches to this: active or noticeable and passive or unnoticeable. Observers can gain realistic and practical insight about the activities and their tasks within an overall process. It may be disruptive to the day-to-day operations. Participants may tend to alter their work practices when observed. It's not suitable for knowledge-based activities since these are not directly observable. Elements of the observation technique are: define the objectives of the observation, prepare for observation, conduct the observation session, confirm and present observation session findings. The aim of brainstorming is to produce numerous ideas and to produce a broad or diverse set of options in a short period of time. Brainstorming works by focusing on a topic or a problem. The participants are encouraged to use new ways of looking at things in a group, non-judgmental environment to foster creativity. Effectiveness of the brainstorming session depends upon individual creativity and willingness to participate. The brainstorming session has 3 phases: preparation, session, and wrap-up. During preparation for elicitation task, the business analyst will define the topic or problem, determine the time limit, identify the participants, and establish the evaluation criteria. The brainstorming session begins with reiterating the topic or problem, the time limit, and the evaluation criteria. During the session, participants share ideas, build on each other's ideas, and elicit as many ideas as possible. In the wrap-up phase, participants discuss and evaluate ideas using predetermined criteria, create a list, rate ideas, and distribute the list to the appropriate stakeholders. The collaborative games technique encourages participants to collaborate in building common understanding of a problem or a solution. This technique is used in an adaptive or agile methodology. In Agile, the requirements and design are progressively elaborated. Most of the business analysis information is informal, just in time, and derived from conversation with the team. Each game includes some rules to keep participants focused on a specific objective. Business analyst may consider involving a facilitator to ensure that the game moves forward and that all participants play an active role. The shared experience from collaborative games encourages creative thinking in a game environment, but it may also make some participants with reserved personalities uncomfortable. It is time-consuming and may be perceived as unproductive if the objectives or intended outcomes are unclear. There are 3 elements of this technique: game purpose, process, and outcome. The process element has 3 parts: opening, exploration, and closing. In the opening part, the participants learn the rules of the game. In the exploration part, the participants generate ideas, and in the closing part, the ideas are assessed. An idea which is most likely to be productive is selected. At the end of the collaborative games, the facilitator and the participants work through the results and determine the decision. In this example of a game, the product box is used to identify features of a product. The participants construct a box and identify the features of a product. The affinity map is used to identify related or similar features or themes. Participants write down features on sticky notes and put them on the wall. Thereafter, similar features are grouped. Fishbowl is used to identify the hidden assumptions or perspective. Participants are divided into 2 groups. One group explains the feature and the other group listens and documents their observations. This is the most common technique used during planning, analysis, design, scoping requirements, elicitation, modelling, etc. A workshop is a focused event in which the key stakeholders and the SMEs collaborate on achieving a predefined goal. The stakeholder collaborates, makes decisions and gains a mutual understanding in a relatively short period of time. The cost of conducting workshops are lower than the individual interviews. There are some limitations. The availability of the stakeholder may be a challenge. The success of the workshop depends upon the facilitator and the knowledge of the participants. Too many participants slows down the process. Too few participants can lead to overlooking the needs or issues that might be important to other stakeholders. The business analyst prepares for the workshop and identifies the participants, facilitator, scribe, and timekeeper. The business analyst conducts the workshop. Post-workshop, the business analyst completes the documentation, follows up on any open action items, distributes the elicitation results to the workshop attendees and any stakeholder who need to be informed about the outcome of the workshop. A focus group is used to elicit ideas or opinions about a specific product, service, or opportunity in an interactive group environment. Participants are pre-qualified. Their objective is to discuss and comment on a topic within a context. Group size of 6 to 12 can be homogeneous or heterogeneous. It's a form of qualitative research. Participants share their perspectives and attitudes. The advantage is its cost-effectiveness in comparison to conducting individual interviews with the same number of people. The disadvantage is that the participants may be concerned about issues of trust. One vocal participant can sway the results of the focus group. The following are the elements of the focus groups. Define objectives of focus group session, plan for the location, logistics, participants, budget, timelines, and the outcomes. Prepare the discussion guide. Assign a moderator and a recorder. Conduct the focus group. Transcribe the results of the focus group sessions as soon as possible. In the survey or questionnaire elicitation technique, a survey is first distributed. The responses are collected and then analysed. A survey or questionnaire is used to elicit business analysis information about the customer, the product, the work practices, and the attitude from a group of people in a structured way and in a relatively short period of time. Close-ended and open-ended questions are used in the survey design. This technique is quick and relatively inexpensive to administer. It is effective and efficient when the stakeholders are geographically dispersed. There are some limitations. The response rates may be too low for statistical significance. The ambiguous questions may be left unanswered or answered incorrectly. The use of open-ended questions requires more analysis. Let us now discuss the elements involved in the survey or questionnaire elicitation technique. First step is to prepare the survey or questionnaire. 1. Define the objective. 2. Define the target survey group. 3. Choose the appropriate survey or questionnaire type. 4. Select the sample group. 5. Select the distribution and collection methods. 6. Set the target level and timeline for response. 7. Determine if the survey or questionnaire should be supported with individual interviews. Next step is distribution of the survey or questionnaire and then collecting and documenting the responses. Prototyping is used to elicit and validate the stakeholder needs through an iterative process that creates a model or design of requirements. It is used to optimize the user experience and also to evaluate design options. It is used as the basis for development of the final business solution. It is widely used in product design. It is also used to identify missing and incorrect requirements. A prototype provides a visual representation of the future state and allows the stakeholder to provide inputs early in the design process. However, if the prototype is in detail, then the stakeholder may develop unrealistic expectations about the final solution. Stakeholder may focus more on the design of the solution rather than requirements. If the system is highly complex, then discussion might be more on how are we going to build rather than what are we required to build. To initiate the prototyping, underlying technology needs to be understood in detail. Let us now discuss the elements involved in the prototyping technique. Determine the prototyping approach. It can be throwaway or evolutionary. Throwaway prototypes are discarded once the learning from the developed prototype is achieved. Evolutionary prototype is incrementally built to the final solution. Proof of concept, usability prototype, visual prototype, and functional prototype are various examples of prototyping. Storyboarding, paper prototyping, workflow modeling, and simulations are various prototyping methods. Interface analysis is used to identify the where, what, why, when, and how the information is exchanged between solution components or across solution boundaries. What is an interface? Interface is a connection between two components or solutions. Most solutions require one or more interfaces. What are different types of interfaces? The various interface types are user interface, external interface to the solution, business processes, data interface between systems, application programming interfaces, APIs, and hardware devices. Can you think of the different types of interfaces of an ATM machine, mobile phone, laptop, or login screen? You can be connected to different types of devices through your laptop or mobile using interfaces. You may log in to a website by providing the inputs through a virtual keyboard or a physical keyboard. You may develop integration solution by connecting multiple applications using the application programming interfaces, APIs. You may collect data through a variety of hardware devices. Business analyst needs to understand the interfaces used in existing business processes. An early identification of interfaces allows the business analyst to provide a context for eliciting more detailed stakeholder requirements and define functional requirements. The business analyst may use scope modeling, observation, and interviews to understand and elicit the detailed business information. A context diagram provides an interface of the solution with human actors, systems, hardware devices, and other solution components. The elements of interface analysis technique are: prepare for interface identifications, conduct interface identification, and define interfaces. You may include the name of the interface, the coverage, the exchange method, the message format, and the exchange frequency in interface definition. An interview is a systematic approach to elicit business analysis information by asking relevant questions and documenting the responses from a person or a group of people. One-on-one interviews are most common. Interviews can be synchronous, asynchronous, face-to-face, or through video conferencing. The two types of interviews are structured interviews and unstructured interviews. In a structured interview, the questions are predefined. In an unstructured interview, the questions may vary based on the interviewee response. Successful interviewing depends on the interviewer's domain knowledge, experience, and skills of documenting the discussion, the interviewee readiness, degree of clarity about the goal of the interview, the rapport of the interviewer with the interviewee. Significant time is required to plan and conduct interviews. The elements of interview technique are session planning, execution, and follow-up. Begin with defining the goals of the interview. Then, identify potential interviewees and communicate the goals. Design interview questions based on the interview goals. Design interview questions on 5 W's and 1 H. What, why, who, when, where, and how. To elicit data input, data output, business rules, and process. Consider open and closed-ended questions. Open-ended questions are used to elicit a brief answer, whereas closed-ended questions are used to get single response in yes or no, a specific number or range. Ensure that the required logistics for the interview has been arranged. Maintain the interview flow, opening, during, and closing. Organize and confirm results with the interviewees as soon as possible after the interview. Mind mapping is used to articulate and capture thoughts, ideas, and information. Mind mapping is a form of note-taking in a nonlinear diagram. It uses image, words, color, and connected relationships to apply structure and logic to thoughts, ideas, and information. Taxonomy of a mind map may include a main topic, topics and subtopics, branches, keywords, color, and images. You can try to use the free online software mindmapfree.com to start building mind maps. The business analyst may involve the customer, the end user, the domain SMEs, the implementation SMEs, the sponsor, and any stakeholder in this task to understand and elicit business information. This topic will focus on purpose of the Confirm Elicitation Results task, the elements of the Confirm Elicitation Results task, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and lastly, the stakeholders. The purpose of the Confirm Elicitation Results task is to check if the information gathered during the elicitation session is accurate and consistent with other information. Input to this task is the unconfirmed elicitation results, and output is confirmed elicitation results. Elicitation results are confirmed by comparing elicitation results against source information or with other elicitation results. Let's assume that you have conducted brainstorming, interview or focus group session and elicited information from the stakeholders. This information may be confirmed with existing documents or with other elicitation results. You may compare the results with the results of document analysis or process analysis. In addition to the inputs discussed, elicitation activity plan and existing business analysis information may be used in this task as guidelines. 4 techniques, document analysis, interviews, reviews, and workshops can be used to confirm the elicitation results. Document analysis is used to confirm elicitation results with existing documents. Interviews and reviews are used to conduct reviews of elicitation results and solicit the feedback. Workshops are used to conduct reviews of elicitation results and solicit the feedback. The business analyst may involve a domain subject matter expert or any stakeholder who has the knowledge, experience, and expertise about the business analysis information being elicited, or about the change or solution to confirm that the elicitation results are correct. This topic will focus on purpose of the Communicate Business Analysis Information task, the elements of the task, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and lastly, the stakeholders. The purpose is to confirm elicitation results are analysed, organised, modelled and communicated to the stakeholder to ensure stakeholder have a shared understanding of business analysis information. Business analysis information and stakeholder engagement approach are used as an input to this task. Output of this task is communicated business analysis information. The business analyst needs to determine the objective and format of communication, forms of package to be used, and communicate business analysis package. Form of package also depends upon the business analysis approach, whether predictive or adaptive. Form of package may be formal documentation, informal documentation, or presentation. The business analyst communicates business information iteratively as and when the business analysis package is ready for communication. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analysis approach and information management approach may be used in this task as a guideline. 3 business analysis techniques, namely interviews, reviews, and workshops, may be used to communicate the business analysis information. The interviews are used to communicate information to the stakeholder individually. The reviews are used to get business analysis information reviewed and seek feedback and approval. This can be used during individual or group collaboration. Workshops are also used to get business analysis information reviewed, build consensus, and seek feedback and approval. This can be used during group collaboration. The business analyst may involve all the stakeholders in this task in order to ensure all stakeholders have a common understanding. This topic will focus on purpose of the managed stakeholder collaboration task, the elements of this task, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and lastly, the stakeholders. The purpose of managing stakeholder collaboration is to encourage stakeholders to work towards a common goal. Stakeholder engagement approach and business analysis performance assessment are used as an input, and stakeholder engagement is an output of this task. Stakeholder engagement approach describes the type of expected stakeholder engagement and how to manage the stakeholders. Business analysis performance assessment provides effectiveness of business analysis task focused on stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is the willingness of stakeholders to engage in business analysis activities. The business analyst and the stakeholder agree upon time and resource commitments during an early phase of the initiative. The business analyst then monitors the participation and performance of the stakeholder to ensure that the right stakeholders are effectively engaged, the stakeholder attitudes and interest are supportive, the elicitation results are confirmed in a timely manner, and the commitments are maintained. The business analyst also needs to monitor the risks related with stakeholder engagements, such as delayed approval, not producing quality business analysis information, and stakeholders diverted to other work. Maintaining stakeholder engagement requires that their contributions are recognized, their opinions are valued. A collaborative relationship helps maintain the free flow of information and promotes shared effort to resolve problems and achieve the desired results. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analysis approach, the business objectives, the future state description, the recommended actions, and the risk analysis results may be used in this task as guidelines. The business analysis approach describes the level of engagement required from each stakeholder. The business objectives provide the direction to achieve the future state. The future state description defines the desired future state and expected value. The recommended action provides action to be taken in order to earn support and focus of the stakeholder. The risk analysis results provides action to be taken in order to ensure the stakeholder collaboration during business analysis work. 4 techniques may be used to manage the stakeholder collaboration. The collaborative games stimulate teamwork and collaboration. The lesson learned is used to understand the stakeholder satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Risk analysis and management is used to identify and manage risk related to stakeholder participation and engagement. The stakeholder list, map, or personas is used to determine who needs to be involved in the business analysis work. The business analyst may involve all the stakeholders who might be involved during change. Business analyst elicits information and translates it into requirements for the projects. This is done using tasks described in the elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. We have discussed the elicitation and collaboration task in the previous lesson. At the beginning, the status of elicitation results is unconfirmed. The results are confirmed once you have performed the Confirm Elicitation Results task. The status of elicitation results, that is, requirements or designs, are updated as you perform different business analysis tasks in all other knowledge areas. To update the status of requirements and design, you should know the origin of the requirement or design. You should know whether one requirement is related to or dependent on other requirements. You should know which solution components fulfill the requirements. You should also know which test cases will verify the functionality of the solution. And lastly, know what will help you in assessing changes to the requirements. A business analyst defines the high-level business requirements and the low-level solution requirements. Further, these requirements are allocated to solution components for development of a solution. These requirements need to be traced throughout the project lifecycle. How will you know which requirements or designs need to be elaborated, analyzed, specified, modeled, communicated, and allocated for development or construction? In an adaptive approach, the requirements and designs evolve as the stakeholder learns more. In this approach, the requirements need to be constantly prioritized so that the team is focused on delivering value to the stakeholders. Have you come across similar requirements in multiple projects, such as notification, login, authorization, authentication, and so on? Are there any operational requirements which you need to maintain for a long term? You need to maintain requirements for reusability in future projects. Changes are inevitable in a project. What will you do when there are changes to the requirements or the design? You need to perform assessment of the changes to the requirements. When should the solution team or the implementation team work on the requirements? The requirements need to be approved and allocated. The solution team should always be working on the prioritized, approved, and allocated requirements. The requirements need to be maintained throughout the project life cycles. Changes are inevitable, hence you need to assess changes to the requirements and design and recommend appropriate actions. Changes to the requirements and the approval process depend upon the project methodology. The Requirements Lifecycle Management knowledge area describes the tasks that the business analyst performs to manage and maintain the requirements and design information from the point of inception till retirement. Analysis, verification, validation, and communication of requirements and designs are done in other knowledge areas. In this knowledge area, the requirements are traced, prioritized, maintained, and approved. For the business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for business analysis. BACM defines 6 terms that convey the same meaning to all business analysts: change, need, stakeholder, value, context, and solution. Let's understand what these terms mean in the context of requirements lifecycle management. Manage how proposed changes to requirements and designs are evaluated during an initiative. Trace, prioritize, and maintain requirements to ensure that the need is satisfied. Work closely with the key stakeholders to maintain an understanding, agreement, and approval of requirements and designs. Maintain the requirements for reuse to extend value beyond the current initiative. Analyze the context to support the tracking and prioritization activities. Trace the requirements and designs to the solution components in order to ensure that the solution satisfies the need. The business analysts shall consider how each core concept is addressed by asking questions around each of these concepts. There are 5 tasks that are performed in the Requirements Lifecycle Management knowledge area. These are trace requirements, maintain requirements, prioritize requirements, assess requirements changes, and approve requirements. Some tasks can be performed concurrently with other knowledge area tasks. While eliciting information, you might also be tracing requirements. While communicating business analysis information, you might be asking for priority and approval. You may also ask the stakeholder if any requirement is reusable. The tasks described in this knowledge area are to maintain the life cycle of the requirement or design. Requirements and designs are the inputs to the 3 tasks: trace, maintain, and prioritize requirements. The output is the requirement and design that is traced, maintained, and prioritized. Requirements, designs, and proposed changes are the inputs to the task of assess requirements changes. The output is requirements and design change assessment. Verified requirements and designs are the inputs to approve requirements. The output includes the approved requirements and design. Let's discuss each of these tasks in detail. This topic will answer the question, what is traceability? We will focus on purpose of the trace requirements task, the elements of the trace requirements task, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and the final element, the stakeholders. The purpose of the trace requirements task is to ensure that the requirements and the designs at different levels are aligned to one another. This task also focuses on managing the effects of changes in requirements at all levels. Requirements and designs are the inputs to this task, and the outputs are traced requirements and traced designs. Backward traceability is tracing the low-level requirements back to the original requirements, and forward traceability is tracing the high-level requirements to the low-level requirements or solution components or test cases. A business analyst must consider the value that each traceability link delivers, and also consider the use of the specific relationships created. Note that the effort involved in maintaining the traceability increases with the number of requirements and the level of formality. 4 types of relationships are considered when defining the traceability approach. These are derive, depend, satisfy, and validate. Derive relationship is when one requirement is derived from another requirement. For example, the solution requirements are derived from the business requirements. Depend relationship is a relationship where one requirement is dependent on another requirement in terms of necessity or effort. Necessity means the other requirement is necessary to implement the solution. For example, recovery of the username and the password is necessary if the user registration functionality is implemented. Effort means the effort of implementing a requirement reduces if another requirement is already implemented or will be implemented first. For example, effort of implementing an additional search filter reduces when the core search functionality is already implemented or will be implemented first. Satisfy relationship is when the solution components are implemented to satisfy the functional requirement. An example of validate relationship can be test cases that are implemented to validate if the solution fulfills the requirement or not. The traceability repository is a tool where the requirements traceability is documented and maintained as per the business analysis approach. In addition to the inputs discussed, a business analyst may consider using domain knowledge, the information management approach, legal or regulatory information, and the requirements management tools or repository as guidelines and tools when tracing requirements and designs. 4 techniques can be used when tracing requirements. The business rules analysis is used to trace the requirements to the business rules, which are maintained as a separate catalogue and referred to for requirements wherever appropriate. For example, you may provide the reference to the business rules in use cases. Functional decomposition is used to decompose the solution and scope it into smaller components for allocation from high-level concepts to low-level concepts. Traceability is maintained while decomposing a solution scope into smaller scope or high-level concepts to low-level concepts. Process modeling is used to show the requirements tracing to the future state process, and scope modeling is used to show the scope of the business analysis work and trace the requirements to the scope. When defining and tracing requirements, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. A domain subject matter expert can give recommendations. The implementation SMEs, the operational support team, the project manager, and the tester can provide links to artifacts they own. The customers and end users are affected by how and when the requirements are implemented. The sponsor may be required to approve the relationships. The supplier is an external entity and may provide some specific deliverables with regard to requirements during implementation. This topic will answer the question, what is requirements maintenance? We will focus on the overview, the elements, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and the stakeholders involved during this task. The purpose of this task is to maintain accuracy and consistency of the requirements throughout the entire requirements lifecycle and to support the reuse of requirements. Requirements and designs are the inputs for this task. The output is maintained requirements and maintained designs. The requirements and the requirements attributes need to be maintained throughout the requirements lifecycle. Requirements need to be maintained throughout the requirements lifecycle to ensure their correctness, accuracy, and relationship, and also when there are changes to the requirements. A business analyst elicits the requirements attributes such as source, category, requested by, created date, updated date, priority, complexity, status, target date, reusability, and so on, while eliciting requirements. The attributes of the requirements could change, even though there are no change to the requirements themselves. Hence, these requirements attributes need to be maintained throughout the lifecycle of the requirements. Some requirements can be reused in similar initiatives. Such requirements need to be clearly labeled, defined, and stored in such a way that these can be accessed by other business analysts for reuse. A business analyst can use the reusable requirements as is, or modify them according to the initiative. For example, login security requirements or notifications can be reused in multiple solutions. All the requirements which might be useful during operations to confirm the state, and the requirements which might be useful in similar projects in future, need to be maintained. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, a business analyst may consider the information management approach as a guideline in order to maintain the requirements. The information management approach provides details on how requirements will be managed for reuse. The business analyst has 8 techniques at his disposal to determine the requirements' reusability and maintainability. The techniques of business rules analysis, data flow diagram, data modeling, process modeling, using cases and scenarios, and user stories can be used to identify which business rules, information flow, data structures, processes, and requirements are reusable. Document analysis is used to analyze existing documents to provide a basis for maintaining and reusing requirements. Functional decomposition is used to identify requirements associated with components and available for reuse. A business analyst may involve the domain subject matter expert, operational support team, testers, and regulators while performing the task of maintaining requirements. This topic will answer the question, what is prioritizing requirements? We will focus on the overview, the elements, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, and the stakeholders involved during the prioritize requirements task. The purpose of this task is to rank requirements in the order of relative importance to maximize value delivery. Requirements and designs are the inputs to this task, and the outputs are traced requirements and traced designs. Several factors like benefit, penalty, cost, risk, dependencies, time sensitivity, stability, and regulatory or policy compliance can affect the process of prioritization. The challenge with prioritization is that it is an assessment of relative value. There may be conflict, as each requirement may have a different value for different stakeholders. In such a case, the business analyst can use certain criteria for determining the value. However, all requirements cannot be values based on the same set of criteria, so the stakeholders also need to accept some trade-offs in prioritization. The business analyst may use more than one prioritization technique to prioritize requirements. Prioritization is an ongoing process. Priorities change as the context changes. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, a business analyst can also consider utilizing knowledge of business constraints, change strategy, domain knowledge, the governance approach, requirements architecture, the requirements management tool or repository, and solution scope as guidelines while prioritizing requirements. There are 10 techniques available to a business analyst for performing the task of prioritizing requirements. A business analyst may use more than one technique during the prioritization process. Backlog management is used to maintain the requirements in the order of priority. Business cases are used to prioritize the requirements against business goals and objectives. The decision analysis technique is used to identify high-value requirements. The estimation technique is used to form a basis for prioritization. Financial analysis is used to assess the value of a set of requirements and how the delivery timing may affect the value. Interviews and workshops are used to gain the consensus of the stakeholders on the prioritization process. Risk analysis and management are techniques used to identify potential risk, which can be used as a basis for prioritization. Item tracking is used to record concerns raised by the stakeholders during the prioritization process. Different techniques are used to assess different influencing factors. A combination of more than one factor can be used for prioritizing requirements. Let us look at an example. The weights on the scale of 1 to 9 are assigned to factor the benefit, penalty, cost, and risk associated to a feature. A total value is derived using the formula as defined by Carl Weigers in the relative weighting process. The formula used is the benefit cost plus the penalty score divided by cost score plus risk score. Note that each factor may have a different weightage. Now let's discuss the 4 techniques: backlog management, estimation, item tracking, and prioritization in detail. What is a backlog? A backlog is used to record, track, and prioritize the remaining work items. In a managed backlog, the items at the top have the highest business value and priority. And what is backlog management? Backlog management is an approach to determine what work should be formally included, how to describe the work item, how to track the work items, how to periodically review and prioritize the work items in relation to all other items, how to select the work items to work on, how to remove the work items. A backlog is used to record, track, and prioritize remaining work items. Items in a backlog have value for the customer and may be of any type or format. A backlog may contain use cases, user stories, change requests, defects, maintenance work records, documentation work records, functional requirements, non-functional requirements, and so on. Items in a backlog are prioritized and estimated many times throughout the initiative. When new or changed requirements are identified, they are added to the backlog and ordered relative to the other existing items. A backlog is always emerging. Items are removed from the backlog when they are completed or it is decided not to work on the item. The estimation technique is used by a business analyst and other stakeholders to forecast the cost and effort involved in pursuing a course of action. It is used to support decision-making. Estimation is an iterative process, meaning estimations are reviewed and revised as more information becomes available. Initial estimates rely on historical information and expert judgment. While developing estimates, it is important to communicate constraints and assumptions clearly. There are several methods of estimation: top-down, bottom-up, parametric estimation, rough order of magnitude, ROM, rolling wave, Delphi, three-point estimation, and program evaluation and review technique. We will discuss some of the estimation methods in the upcoming screens. Apart from these methods, some other important elements are accuracy of estimate, source of information, precision and reliability of estimates, and deterring, who will be contributing to the estimation process. Let's discuss the top-down and bottom-up approaches for estimation of the business analysis effort. Top-down approach. In the top-down approach, analogous estimations and expert judgments are used. This approach is followed when quick estimates with low levels of accuracy are required. The advantages are that it is fast, there is no need to decompose work in greater detail, it is cheaper to create, and it is useful for similar projects. Some disadvantages of the top-down approach are that it provides low levels of accuracy of the estimates, and it requires considerable expertise to perform and needs historical data. Bottom-up approach. In the bottom-up approach, the three-point parametric or analogous estimation may be used when estimating work package and aggregates. This approach is followed when estimates are required with greater accuracy. The advantages of the bottom-up approach are higher level of accuracy of the estimates, better team buy-in or commitment, and it is best suited for complex projects. This approach also provides more accurate baselines to track. The disadvantages of the bottom-up approach are that it takes more time and expenses, and the work needs to be defined with greater details. The business analyst may use the top-down approach during the initial stages of business analysis to provide quick estimates with lower levels of accuracy and use the bottom-up approach when the work is defined in greater detail. Let us now understand three-point average and PERT estimations. The 3 points of estimation of this method are optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic. Optimistic estimates are also referred to as best-case estimates. Pessimistic estimates are also referred to as worst-case estimates. A triangular distribution or averaging method is when, For a given business analysis task, estimates are based on the 3 points: optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic. Then the final estimate is taken as the average of all 3 estimates. Now let us look into PERT estimation. PERT is Program Evaluation and Review Technique, or Project Evaluation and Review Technique. It uses a weighted average of the 3 points we just discussed. The PERT estimates are more accurate when compared to the 3-point average method. PERT is also referred as beta distribution or double triangular distribution. The formula for average is equal to optimistic score plus most likely score plus pessimistic score divided by 3. Let's take an example where you are planning to perform a document analysis. You come up with 3 effort day estimates for this task: optimistically 3 days, most likely 5 days, and pessimistically 10 days. These estimates are, after considering all the factors, such as the information you are looking for, the number of documents to be analyzed, and the time required to document business analysis information. Now, using the formula, the final estimate derived is 6 days. For PERT, the formula for weighted average is the optimistic score plus 4 times the most likely score plus the pessimistic score, and the sum is divided by 6. The standard distribution is the pessimistic score minus the optimistic score divided by 6. Applying the formulae to the 3 estimates from the previous example, we get the average final estimate as 5.5 days and standard deviation as 1.167. The parametric estimation technique uses a mathematical model. For example, let's assume that the time estimated to conduct one workshop is 4 hours. Now, if 5 workshops need to be conducted, then the total estimate of the time required is 20 hours. Some advantages of the parametric estimation are that it is extremely accurate, it reduces the overall risk, and is based on historical information. The disadvantages of this estimation technique are that it takes time, it requires expensive tools, and considerable experience to do it well. It is also difficult to use when calculating soft costs and for broadly defined projects. Let's next look into the concept of rolling wave estimation. Rolling wave estimation is also referred to as iterative estimation. It is a rough order iterative estimation. It is a rough order of magnitude or ROM estimate for an overall initiative or project. The estimates using this technique have high levels of accuracy for the activities that are to be performed in the near term. However, the estimates are of low accuracy when the activities to be performed are in the longer run. This estimation approach is used in change-driven plans or adaptive or agile plans. It is also used when planning is iterative and hence is referred to as rolling wave planning. Prioritization provides a framework for the business analyst to facilitate the stakeholder decisions and to understand the relative importance of business analysis information. Importance of business analysis information may be based on value, risk, difficulty of implementation, or other criteria. The business analyst revisits priorities when changes occur in the business environment and stakeholder needs. There are many approaches to prioritization, and these can be classified in one of the 4 categories, namely grouping, ranking, time boxing or budgeting, and negotiation. Grouping is an approach in which the business analysis information is classified into categories such as high, medium, or low priority. Ranking is an approach in which business analysis information is ordered based on relative importance. Time boxing or budgeting is an approach in which business analysis information is prioritized based on the amount of work a project team can deliver in the given time or budget. Negotiation is an approach in which requirements are prioritized based on the consensus among stakeholders. Item tracking is used to capture and assign responsibility for issues and stakeholder concerns, which can impact the solution. Viable stakeholder concerns are classified into specific item types for better tracking and working towards closure. Item types can be actions, assumptions, constraints, dependencies, defects, enhancements, or issues. Items are assigned to one or more stakeholders who are then responsible for their resolution. Item tracking may be shared with stakeholders to ensure transparency and visibility into the status. An item's record may have typical attributes such as item identifier, summary or description, category, type, date identified, identified by, impact, priority, resolution date, owner, resolver or assigned to, agreed strategy, status, resolution updates, and escalation matrix. The business analyst may involve the customer, the end user, implementation SMEs, the project manager, the regulator, and the sponsor while prioritizing requirements. This topic will answer the question, how are changes to requirements assessed? We will focus on the overview, the elements, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, the stakeholders involved during this task. The purpose of the Assess Requirements Changes task is to evaluate the implications of the proposed changes to requirements and designs. The proposed changes, existing requirements, and existing designs are the inputs to this task. The output of this task include the Requirements Change Assessment and the Design Change Assessment. The assessment formality depends on the business analysis approach. In the predictive approach, the assessment of the proposed changes is more formal than in the adaptive approach. In the adaptive approach, the impact of the proposed changes is minimized with iterative and incremental development of the solution. The business analyst performs the assessment of proposed changes to determine if a proposed change aligns with the change strategy, the impact on completed and planned deliverables, the risk, assumptions, and constraints associated with the proposed changes, if it increases the value of the solution, the impact on cost and schedule, the size of the impact, how many customer process or business units are affected if the change is accepted, the urgency of the proposed change. What are the factors contributing to the urgency? Is it a regulatory requirement or a safety requirement? All proposed changes need to be approved, rejected, or deferred when the impact analysis is completed. All impacts and resolutions are documented and communicated to the stakeholders. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, the business analyst may consider change strategy, domain knowledge, the governance approach, requirements architecture, legal or regulatory information, and solution scope as guidelines and tools when assessing the requirements changes. The change strategy provides the context for the change. It is useful in determining if the proposed change aligns with the change strategy or not. Domain knowledge is required to assess the proposed changes. The governance approach provides the details of the change control and the decision-making process. It also provides the details about who needs to be involved in the process. Requirements architecture provides information on the relationship of the requirement with other project requirements. The legal or regulatory information provides details of rules to be followed, which may impact requirements. Generally, any industry needs to be in compliance with the regulations imposed. Solution scope needs to be considered while assessing the impact of a proposed change. The business analyst may use more than one technique to assess the changes to requirements. The business analyst needs to perform the impact analysis to enable the decision to approve, reject, or defer the change. Business cases are used to justify a proposed change. The proposed change must align with business goals and objectives. The size of the proposed change is estimated using estimation techniques, and financial analysis is used to estimate financial consequences of the proposed change. Risk analysis is performed using risk management practices. Workshops, interviews, and document analysis techniques are used to understand the impact of change. The interface analysis technique is used to understand the impact on the interfaces. The business rules analysis technique is used to identify changes to the business rules and policies with reference to the proposed change. The item tracking technique is used to record any issues or conflicts discovered during the impact analysis. The decision analysis technique is used to facilitate the change assessment process. The business analyst may involve the customer, the domain subject matter expert, the end user, the operational support, the project manager, the regulator, the sponsor, and the tester while assessing requirements changes. The customer, the domain subject matter expert, the end user, and the tester may provide information during the impact analysis. The operational support team needs to understand the nature of the change so that they can support it. The project manager needs to determine the additional project work required for implementing the change. The business analyst may consult the regulator to confirm compliance to standards. The sponsor is accountable for solution scope and therefore needs to be consulted when assessing change. This topic will answer the question, how are requirements approved? We will focus on the overview, the elements, the guidelines to be followed and the tools to be used, the list of available techniques, the stakeholders involved during this task. The purpose of the Approve Requirements task is to obtain agreement on and approval of the requirements and designs for the business analysis work to proceed with solution construction. The implementation team or the solution team will be working only on the approved requirements and designs. The business analyst shall be communicating requirements and designs to key stakeholders responsible for approving. The approval process may be formal or informal depending on the business analysis approach. The approval process is defined in the plan in the business analysis governance task. The verified requirements and the designs are inputs to this task. The outputs include the requirements and approved designs. The business analyst is required to understand who needs to be involved in decision-making and who has the authority for sign-offs across the initiative. Conflicts can occur as a result of different interpretations of the requirements and designs. Stakeholders may have concerns. The business analyst may need to facilitate communication between the stakeholders, resolve conflicts, build consensus, and enable them to understand the proposed solution. Stakeholders may have different viewpoints and conflicting priorities. Therefore, consensus among the stakeholders is required prior to requesting approval of requirements. The business analysts are responsible for obtaining approvals from the stakeholders. The approval will confirm that the stakeholders believe that sufficient value will be created to justify the investment in a solution. If complete agreement is not achieved, then the associated risks are to be identified and managed accordingly. The business analyst shall record the approval decisions. There may be value in maintaining a change log indicating what was changed, who made the change, reason for the change, and when it was made. Apart from the inputs discussed earlier, the business analyst may consider the governance approach, change strategy, legal or regulatory information, requirements management tools, and solution scope in the requirements approval process. The governance approach explains the approval process and identifies the stakeholders who have the responsibility to approve the business analysis information. The change strategy and solution scope help in assessing alignment and completeness when approving requirements. The legal or regulatory information provides rules or regulations that must be followed. The requirements management tools and the repository tool may be used to record approvals. The business analyst may use more than one technique in the requirements approval process. The acceptance and evaluation criteria define the criteria to be considered for approval. Decision analysis is used to resolve conflicts and gain agreement among the stakeholders. Item tracking is used to record issues or concerns raised by the stakeholders during the approval process. Reviews are used to evaluate requirements and workshops are used to facilitate obtaining approvals. The business analyst may facilitate meetings for evaluating requirements based on the defined evaluation criteria and record issues or concerns in item tracking. The business analyst may use decision analysis to resolve conflicts or issues during a meeting to build consensus and obtain approval. So we see that generally, the business analyst may use more than one technique while performing any business analysis task. The acceptance criteria is used to define the requirements and their outcome and the conditions that must be met to make the solution acceptable to the key stakeholders. The acceptance criteria defined are a minimum set of requirements that must be met. It's typically used when only one possible solution is being evaluated. The evaluation criteria are the measures used to assess a set of requirements to enable choice between multiple solutions. The criteria may be cost, usability, performance, and so on. The strengths of the acceptance and evaluation criteria are: the Agile methodologies generally need all the requirements to have testable acceptance criteria. Requirements assessment is based on the agreement of the acceptance criteria by stakeholders. The acceptance criteria is necessary when the requirements express contractual obligations. Evaluation criteria assist in the delivery of potential value. Evaluation criteria helps in defining priorities. And there are a few limitations as well. These are: the acceptance criteria may express contractual obligations. Achieving agreement on evaluation criteria for different needs can be challenging. Attributes are characteristics or qualities that a solution should have that will influence the value of the solution for the stakeholders. The business analyst should base the acceptance and evaluation criteria on valid and relevant attributes. The business analyst needs to ensure that the definition of value attributes are agreed on by all stakeholders, and that all of them should have a common understanding of these attributes. Examples of valid attributes are usability, security, reliability, scalability, performance, availability of specific feature, ability to perform specific operations, and so on. The solution must be constructed to assess it against the acceptance or evaluation criteria. Acceptance criteria can be applied at any level of the solution, feature level or user story level. Acceptance criteria should be verifiable as true or false. This is achieved through user acceptance testing or UAT. The definition of each evaluation criteria should allow measuring of the solution through various techniques such as benchmarking or expert judgment. The criteria may be measured against a continuous or discrete scale. The business analyst may involve the customer, the end user, the domain subject matter expert, the project manager, the operational support, the tester, the regulator, and the sponsor in the requirements approval process. These stakeholders may also be involved in the review and approval of requirements. The project manager may manage the project plan activities pertaining to review and approval. The tester may be involved in reviewing the requirements for testability. The regulator may provide opinion on the requirements lifecycle management tasks. The strategic analysis knowledge area describes the business analysis work that must be performed to collaborate with stakeholders to identify a need of strategic or tactical importance or the business need, enable the enterprise to address that need, and align the resulting strategy for the change with higher and lower level strategies. This image shows the spectrum of value as business analysis activities progress from delivering potential value to actual value. The strategy analysis knowledge area focuses on understanding the business need and the current state and defining the future state and recommending the most viable approach for reaching the future state. Strategy analysis provides a context to the requirements analysis and design definition for a given change. For business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for business analysis. BACM defines 6 terms that convey the same meaning to all business analysts: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let's understand what these terms mean in the context of strategy analysis. Change. This defines the future state and helps develop a change strategy to achieve the future state. Need. This identifies needs within the current state and helps prioritize needs to determine the desired future state. Solution. This defines the scope of the solution as a part of developing a change strategy. Stakeholder. A business analyst collaborates with the stakeholders to understand the business need and to develop a change strategy that will meet those needs. Value. This examines the potential value of the solution to determine if a change is justified. Context. This considers the context of the enterprise in developing a change strategy. A business analyst shall consider how each core concept is addressed while performing tasks. This can be done by asking questions around each term. 4 tasks are performed in the strategy analysis knowledge area. These are: analyze current state, define future state, assess risks, and define change strategy. Let's understand what these tasks mean. Analyze current state. This is to understand the business need and current state of an enterprise in order to set a baseline and context for the change. Define future state. This is to define the future goals and objectives, and to identify the part of the enterprise which needs to change for meeting the goals and objectives. Assess risks. This is to understand the uncertainties around the change and recommend actions to address the risks. Define change strategy. This is to perform a gap analysis, assess options for reaching the future state, and to recommend the highest value approach. Let's next understand what the required inputs are for the strategy analysis tasks and the outputs of each of these tasks. Strategy analysis is performed when a business need is identified, so the inputs to the task Analyze Current State are needs and confirmed elicitation results. The output of this task are current state description and business requirements. The input to the task Define Future State is business requirements, which is an output from the previous task Analyze Current State. The outputs of this task are business objectives, future state description, and potential value. The inputs to the task assess risks are business objectives, confirmed elicitation results, internal and external influences, potential value, and prioritized requirements. The output of this task is risk analysis results. The inputs to the task define change strategy are current state description, future state description, risk analysis results, and stakeholder engagement approach. The outputs of this task are change strategy and solution scope. Strategy analysis is an ongoing activity, and adjustment to the change strategy may be required as the context changes. This topic will take you through the Analyze Current State task. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders. The purpose of the task Analyze Current State is to understand the reason why an enterprise needs to change, how it operates, and what would directly or indirectly be affected by the change. Understanding of why the change is needed is the starting point for any change. Changes always occur in a context of existing stakeholder, processes, technologies, policies, and market conditions. The inputs are the needs and the confirmed elicitation results. The outputs of this task are business requirements and current state description of an enterprise. Various elements should be considered while analyzing the current state of an enterprise. These are the business needs, the organization structure and culture, the current capabilities, the processes, the technologies, the infrastructure, the policies, the business architecture, the internal assets, and the external influences. Business needs. These are the problems and opportunities which are of strategic importance or relevance to an organization. 1. Business needs will drive the overall analysis of the current state. These may be identified at different levels of the organization. A. Top-down, strategic goals to be met. B. Bottom-down, issue in the current process, function, or system. C. Middle management, need additional information for informed decision-making or to perform additional functions. D. External, customer request or business competition in the marketplace. E. Other sources for business needs from regulatory compliance, technological advancements, and legal, social, and environmental needs. 2. Organizational structure and culture. The organization structure represents formal lines of communication within the organization. The organization culture includes the beliefs, values, and the operating norms shared by the members of an organization. 3. Capabilities and processes. The capabilities are the essential functions of an organization, and the processes support the business functions. The business analyst may use a capability-centric view and a process-centric view to assess the benefit of a change. 4. Technology and infrastructure. These are the information systems used in an organization to support people in executing processes. Infrastructure can be defined as the physical components of capabilities. 5. Policies. The policies are principles to guide the decision-making, to support governance, and to guide behavior and actions. 6. Business architecture. The business analyst needs to understand how the different elements of the current state support each other to be able to recommend changes. 7. Internal assets. The business analyst should identify the tangible and intangible assets of the enterprise. 8. External influences. The external influences may pose constraints to the current state. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analysis approach, the enterprise limitation, the solution limitation, the organizational strategy, the solution performance goals, the solution performance measures, and the stakeholder analysis results are used as guidelines and tools. 1. The business analysis approach describes how to analyze the current state. 2. The enterprise limitation and the solution limitation are used to understand the current state and challenges within the enterprise and the solution. 3. The organizational strategy provides an overall direction and a vision for the future state. 4. The solution performance goals and measures describe the current state and serve as a baseline for setting the future goals. 5. The stakeholder analysis results help in identifying stakeholders who can contribute to understanding the current state of the organization. There are 26 techniques that can be used while analyzing the current state of an enterprise. Data mining, document analysis, financial analysis, focus group, functional decomposition, interviews, metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs, mind mapping, observation, organizational modeling, process modeling, risk analysis and management, root cause analysis, scope modeling, survey or questionnaire, SWOT analysis, and vendor assessment techniques help in understanding different aspects of the current state. Benchmarking and market analysis provide an understanding of opportunities for an improvement in the current state. Business capability gaps and process analysis may be used to identify opportunities to improve the current state. Business model canvas may be helpful in understanding the context for any change. It may also be used in identifying the problems and opportunities that may have significant impact. Business cases are used to capture information regarding business problems or opportunities, solution options, and recommendations. Concept modeling used with key terms and concepts of the business domain and to define the relationship between them. Item tracking is used to track and manage issues discovered while analyzing current state of an organization. Lessons learned may be used to assess the failures in past initiative which may result into business needs for process improvement. The workshop technique may be used to describe the current state and its needs by engaging the stakeholders. Now let's discuss the three techniques: functional decomposition, process analysis, and root cause analysis in detail. What is functional decomposition? Functional decomposition is the process of breaking down the processes, the systems, the functional areas, or the deliverables into subcomponents. How does the functional decomposition technique help? It helps in managing the complexity and reducing uncertainty. It helps in analyzing each part independently. It allows in scaling, tracking, measuring the work effort, and in evaluating the success of each subcomponent. In which format can we represent decomposition results? Let's understand the various formats. A wide variety of diagramming technique may be used to represent the functional decomposition, including tree diagrams, nested diagrams, case diagrams, flow diagrams, state transition diagrams, cause-effect diagrams, decision trees, mind maps, component diagrams, decision model, and notation. What is the objective of functional decomposition and where can we use it? Let's discuss this next. Objectives drive the process of decomposition and define what to decompose, how to decompose, and the level of decomposition. The objective may be designing, analyzing, estimating, forecasting, reusing, measuring and managing, optimization, substitution, and encapsulation. Functional decomposition technique may be applied to the business outcomes, work to be done, business processes, functions, business units, solution components, activities, products and services, and decisions. The process of functional decomposition continues until the business analyst has just enough understanding of the subject and is able to apply the results in the execution of other tasks. Here is an example of functional decomposition. Course administration is a main function which is decomposed further into course enrollment, completion, and attendance. Course enrollment is further decomposed into course registration and payment. Similarly, the course completion is further decomposed into course assessment and certification. Let's now look at the process analysis technique. What is a process? A systematic series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end is called a process. What is process analysis? Process analysis is used to assess a process for its efficiency, its effectiveness, and to identify the opportunities for change. Where can we use process analysis? Process analysis may be used for recommending a more efficient process, determining gaps between the current and the future state, understanding factors to be included by a contract negotiation, understanding how data and technology are used in a process, and analyzing the impact of the pending changes to the process. Let's next discuss the process analysis framework and methodologies. A number of framework and methodologies exist, such as Six Sigma, Lean, and so on. Common changes made to the process in order to improve includes reduce time required to complete task, automate steps, modify interface, eliminate hands-off. When analyzing a process, look for how the process adds or creates value for the organization. What are the elements of process analysis? Identify gaps and areas for improvement. Identify the root cause. Generate and evaluate options. Common methods like suppliers, inputs, process, outputs and customers, or SIPOC. This was originated in the Six Sigma methodology. Value stream mapping, or VSM. Let's now discuss these common methods. A process is a systematic series of actions or steps taken in order to achieve a particular end. In process improvement, SIPOC is a tool that summarizes the inputs and outputs of one or more processes. A process has one or more input and one or more outputs. Inputs and outputs may be materials, services, or information. Inputs are provided by suppliers, and outputs are consumed by the customers. Suppliers and customers may be internal or external to the organization. The focus is on capturing the set of inputs and outputs rather than the individual steps in the process. Here are examples for each element from a training company perspective. Suppliers would be the training company, inputs would be trainer, workshop material, expert advice, etc. Process includes conducting training. Outputs would be the knowledge gained and the customers would be employees and participants. Another process mapping method is the value stream mapping technique, which is derived from Lean. This method illustrates the required flow of information to complete a process. It helps in identifying elements of waste. The steps for value stream mapping are 1. Identify the product or service you are analyzing. 2. Create a value map of the current process. Identify the steps, cues, delays, and information flow. 3. Review the map to find the delay, waste, and constraints. 4. Create a new value map and optimize to remove or reduce the delay, waste, and constraints. 5. Develop a roadmap to implement a new value map. 6. Revisit the process to tune and optimize it. The root cause analysis technique is used to identify and evaluate the underlying causes of a problem. It focuses on the problem's origin as the point of correction, then dealing only with its effects. There are 3 types of causes. People, which includes human error or lack of training. Physical, which includes equipment failure or poor facility, and organizational, which includes poor structure or process issues. Root cause analysis can be used for reactive or proactive analysis. It helps to maintain an objective perspective when performing the cause and effect analysis. Focus must be on ensuring that the root causes of the problem are identified. Identifying only the symptoms isn't enough. Root cause analysis may be difficult to use for solving complex problems. Here are some of the vital elements of root cause analysis. A fishbone diagram is used for the analysis. This diagram is also known as Ishikawa, or cause and effect diagram. The 5 whys technique is used in root cause analysis. It is an asking questions process to explore the nature and cause of the problem. It may take more or less than 5 questions to drill down to the actual root cause. 4 main activities are used in root cause analysis. These are problem statement definition, data collection, cause identification, action identification. Here is an example of a business model canvas. 1. My tea was cold is a problem statement. 2. Cause categories are man, machine, material, and method. 3. Causes are identified by asking questions on each category. The team decides which action should be performed next. When analyzing the current state of organization, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. The customers, end users, operational support, and testers may have inputs about the issues with the current solution. The domain subject matter expert and the implementation subject matter expert may provide information related to the current solution. The project manager may use information on the current state for project planning. The regulator may provide details of laws and regulations in force. The sponsor may have context for performance of existing solution. The supplier may influence the current state. Let's next discuss the second task of the strategy analysis knowledge area. Define future state. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders. For the task, define future state. The purpose of the task, define future state, is to determine the set of necessary conditions to meet the business need. Business requirements is an input to this task. The outputs are business objectives, future state description, and potential value. The business analyst needs to ensure that the future state of the enterprise is well defined and feasible for implementation and is in agreement with the key stakeholders. Let's now look at the elements of the task, define future state. A future state can be described in terms of business goals and objectives in order to guide the development of the change strategy. Decisions must be made about the scope of the solution to meet business goals and objectives. Constraints of the current state might not change the solution, hence must be carefully examined. Identification of the changes to the organizational structure and culture, capabilities and processes, current technology and infrastructure, policies, business architecture for the desired future state is necessary. Examine the resources or the internal assets needed to maintain the current state and implement the change strategy. Most strategies can be predicted upon a set of assumptions. The potential value of the solution must be evaluated to see if it is sufficient to justify a change. In addition to the inputs discussed, the current state description, metrics and key performance indicators or KPIs, and organizational strategy may be used as guidelines and tools. While defining the future state, the current state description provides a context within which work needs to be completed. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, are used to determine whether the future state has been achieved or not. And organizational strategy describes the path and the approach an enterprise will take to achieve its desired future state. There are 23 techniques that can be used when defining the future state of an enterprise. These techniques help in understanding different aspects of the current state. These are brainstorming, interviews, survey or questionnaire, workshops, mind mapping, benchmarking and market analysis, decision analysis, decision modeling, acceptance and evaluation criteria, balanced scorecard, metrics and key performance indicators or KPIs, business capability analysis, business model canvas, business cases, financial analysis, prototyping, vendor assessment, scope modeling, organizational modeling, process modeling, functional decomposition, SWOT analysis and lessons learned. 1. Brainstorming, interviews, survey or questionnaire, workshops and mind mapping techniques may be used to describe the future state. 2. Benchmarking and market analysis, decision analysis and decision modeling techniques may be used to make some choices. 3. Acceptance and evaluation criteria technique is used to determine how options may be evaluated. 4. Balanced scorecard may be used to set targets for measuring the future state, and metrics and key performance indicators or KPIs is used to determine if the future state has been achieved. 5. Business capability analysis may be used to prioritize capability gaps. 6. Business cases are used to capture the desired outcome of the future state. 7. Financial analysis is used to determine the financial return by a proposed future state. 8. Prototyping may also help in determining the potential value. 9. Vendor assessment may also be used to assess the potential value provided by the vendor solution options. 10. Scope modeling is used to define the boundaries of the enterprise in the future state. 11. Organization modeling is used to describe the roles, responsibilities and the reporting structure which will exist in future state. 12. Process modeling is used to describe how the work would be performed in the future state. 13. SWOT analysis may be performed to identify threats which may be exploited or mitigated by the future state. 14. Lessons learned is used to determine which opportunities for improvement may be addressed. Now let's discuss the 4 techniques: balanced scorecard, benchmarking and marketing analysis, business model canvas, and SWOT analysis in detail. A balanced scorecard, or BSC, is a strategy performance management tool, a semi-standard structured report supported by design methods and automation tools. This can be used by the managers to keep a track of the execution of activities by the staff within their control and to monitor the consequences arising from these actions. A balanced scorecard is used to manage the performance in any business model, organizational structure, or business process. The balanced scorecard is composed of 4 dimensions. These are learning with growth, business process, customer, and finance. The measurement for each dimension should be quantitative, linked to the strategy, and easily understood by all stakeholders. The objectives, measures, targets, and initiatives on each dimension are derived from the vision and strategy of the organization. Learning with growth dimension is focused around the question, how to sustain the ability to change and improve to achieve the vision of the organization. It is important that the organization is focused on continuous learning and growth in order to sustain and improve. This dimension includes measures regarding employee training, product or service innovation, and corporate culture. The business process dimension is focused around the question, what business processes must be excelled at so that the shareholders and customers are satisfied? This dimension includes metrics that shows how well an enterprise is operating and if their products meet customer needs. The customer dimension is focused around the question, how should we appear to our customers to achieve the vision of the organization? This dimension includes metrics on customer focus, satisfaction, and delivery of value. The financial dimension is focused on the question, how should we appear to our shareholders? This dimension identifies what is financially necessary to realize the strategy, like revenue growth and added economic value. At any given point of time, any of the balanced scorecard dimensions may be active, changing, evolving, or interdependent. Each dimension affects and is affected by the others. The balanced scorecard allows the organization to establish monitoring and measuring of the progress against its objectives and to adapt strategy as needed. The balanced scorecard can be used at multiple levels within an organization. Benchmarking and market analysis are conducted to improve the organizational operations, increase customer satisfaction, and increase the value to stakeholders. Benchmarking may be performed against the standard for compliance. The results from the benchmark study may initiate changes within an organization. Market analysis involves researching customers in order to determine the need and want of products and services. Market analysis helps in determining when to exit a market. It may be used to determine viable alternatives for an enterprise, such as partnering, merging, or divesting. Benchmarking and market analysis are time-consuming and expensive techniques, and also require expertise. The elements of the benchmarking technique are: identify the areas to be studied, identify the enterprises that are leaders in the sector, conduct survey, gather information about the capabilities using request for information, arrange visits, determine gaps between the current practices and the best practices, and develop a project proposal to implement the best practices. Now let's discuss the elements of the market analysis technique. Identify the customers and understand their preferences. Identify opportunities to increase value. Identify the competition. Look for market trends. Define an appropriate business strategy. Gather market data and review data to determine trends and draw conclusions. SWOT is an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. SWOT analysis is used to evaluate the organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The benefit is that it can be performed at any level, from individuals to the enterprise. The results of SWOT analysis provide a high-level view where a more detailed analysis is needed. This is a limitation of this technique. Strengths and weaknesses are internal to the organization, and opportunities and threats are external to the organization. 1. Strengths are anything that the organization is doing well. 2. Weaknesses are actions or functions performed poorly or not performed at all. 3. Opportunities are external factors that an organization or the group may be able to take advantage of. 4. Threats are external factors that can negatively impact the organization or the group. A SWOT matrix is used to determine the strategies of an enterprise. Beginning a SWOT analysis with opportunities and threats sets the context for identifying the strengths and weaknesses. SO strategies use strengths to exploit opportunities. This is the best case scenario. ST strategies use strengths towards threats, meaning to turn threats into opportunities. WO strategies use opportunities to eliminate or mitigate weaknesses. WT strategies avoid threats. In the worst case scenario, exit the market. Let's look at the possible questions one can ask in order to evaluate an organization's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. To evaluate strengths, one needs to ask the following questions. What does your organization do better than others? What are your unique selling points? What do competitors and customers in your market perceive as your strengths? What is your organization's competitive edge? To evaluate opportunities, one needs to ask the following questions. What political, economic, social, cultural, or technological changes are taking place that could be favorable for you? Where are the gaps or unfulfilled demands in the market currently? What new innovation could your organization bring to the market? To evaluate weakness, one needs to ask the following questions. What do other organizations do better than you? What elements of your business add little or no value? What do competitors and customers in your market perceive as your weakness? To evaluate threats, one needs to ask the following questions. What political, economic, social, cultural, or technological changes are taking place that could be unfavorable to you? What challenges do you face? What is your competition doing that could negatively impact you? Now let's look at the next technique, Business Model Canvas. The Business Model Canvas is a strategic management and lean startup template for developing new or documenting existing business models. Its canvas describes how an enterprise creates, delivers, and captures value for and from its customers. Its model can be used as diagnostic and planning tool regarding strategy and initiatives. It is also used to understand and optimize business models. It helps in understanding where the efforts of various departments and work groups fits and align to the overall strategy of an enterprise. A limitation of the business model canvas is that it doesn't account for the alternative measure of values, such as the impact of social and environmental factors. Let's discuss the elements involved in the business model canvas technique. 1. It is a visual chart with 9 elements or building blocks that describe the value proposition of a firm or a product. It also describes the infrastructure, customers, and finances. These building blocks describe how an organization intends to deliver value. 2. Value proposition. We start with this. Value proposition represents what a customer is willing to exchange for having needs met with the product or services. 3. Moving on to the section comprising of key partnership, key activities, and key resources. 4. Key partnership. Often organizations share their proprietary information, including technologies, with other individuals or organizations in order to maximize value and minimize risk. There are many reasons for partnerships, such as lack of internal capabilities, acquisition of particular resources, optimization, reduction of risk, etc. 5. Key activities. These are those activities that are critical to the creation, delivery, and maintenance of value. Activities may be classified as value add, non-value add, or business non-value add. 6. Key resources. These are the assets which are needed to execute the activities. Resources can be classified as physical, financial, intellectual, and human. 7. Next to the section with customer relationship, segments, and channels. 8. Customer relationship. These are classified as customer acquisition and customer retention. Organizations interact with their customers in different ways, depending on the relationship they want to establish and maintain. Always remember, the cost of acquisition is always more than customer retention. 9. Channels. These are different ways an enterprise interacts with and delivers value to its customer. Channels are communication-oriented or delivery-oriented. Marketing is communication-oriented channel, whereas sales and partner channels are delivery-oriented. 10. Customer segments. Customers are segmented based on their common needs and attributes so that the enterprise is able to address the needs of each segment more effectively and efficiently. 11. Lastly, the section with cost structure and revenue streams. 12. Cost structure. Every entity, product, or activity within an enterprise has an associated cost. Enterprises seek to reduce, minimize, or eliminate costs wherever possible. Reducing costs may increase profitability. It's important to understand the type of costs and their impact so that enterprise can focus on reducing costs wherever possible. 13. Revenue streams. It is a way by which revenue comes into an enterprise from each customer segment in exchange for product or service. Two common ways of revenue streams are from one-time purchase and ongoing support. Let us understand the business model canvas technique with the example of Facebook, the world's leading social networking site. Value proposition. Customers sharing their personal information and may be willing to pay money for premium services. The services that the customers enjoy are connecting with friends, discovering, learning, and expressing themselves, increasing reach, relevance, social context, and engagement, personalized and social experience, social distributions, and payments. Key partners. Content partners such as TV shows, movies, music, and news articles. Key activities, like platform development and data center operations management. Key resources are the Facebook platform and technology infrastructure. Customer segment are internet users, advertisers, and marketers, developers. Relationship, same-side and cross-side network effects. Channels, website, mobile apps, Facebook advertisements, Facebook pages, and developers' tools and APIs. Cost structure, data center costs, marketing and sales, research and development, general and administrative costs. Revenue streams, free, advertisement revenue, and payment revenue. While defining the future state of an organization, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. The customer and the end user are expected to use, consume, or be a component of a solution that implements the future state. The domain subject matter expert and the implementation subject matter expert may provide information insight and feasibility of the future state. The operational support may provide information on their ability to support future state. The project manager may have an input on what is a reasonable and manageable desired future state. The regulator ensures the laws, rules, and regulations are adhered to in the desired future state. The sponsor helps to determine a set of business objectives and the business needs which should be addressed. The supplier may help to define the future state if they are supporting or delivering any part of the future state. The testers are responsible for testing the envisioned future state components. Let's now discuss the next task in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Assess risks. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders for the Assess Risks task. The purpose of this task is to understand the undesirable consequences of internal and external forces on the enterprise during a transition to and in the future state. The inputs for the Assess Risks tasks are business objectives, confirmed elicitation results, influences, potential value, and prioritized requirements. The output from this task is the risk analysis result. The risk analysis results provide an understanding of the risks associated with achieving the future state and mitigation strategies. What elements can be considered when assessing risks? Let's discuss. A business analyst shall consider historical information and lessons learned from similar projects and assist the team in determining the likelihood and impact of the risk. Constraints, assumptions, and dependencies can be analyzed for risks. Risks are expressed as conditions that increase the likelihood of severity of a negative impact of value. Risk tolerance means finding how much uncertainty a stakeholder or an enterprise is willing to take. The three ways of risk aversion, neutrality, and risk-seeking are used to describe the stakeholders or the organization's attitude towards the risk. Risk aversion means accepting lower potential value with reduced risk. Neutrality means accepting moderate level of risk, that is, in case risk occurs, it does not result in a loss. And risk-seeking means readiness for a higher risk and a higher potential value. A business analyst recommends the course of action based on the analysis of risks. The recommendations may fall into one of the four categories. 1. Pursue the benefit of a change regardless of the risk. 2. Do not pursue the benefit of a change. 3. Pursue the benefit of a change and invest on reducing risks. 4. Increase the benefit of a change to outweigh the risk. In addition to the inputs discussed already, business analysis approach, the business policies, change strategy, current and future state description, identified risks and stakeholder engagement approach may be used as guidelines and tools. Identified risks may be used as a starting point for risk assessment. The business analysis approach provides guidance to the business analyst on analyzing risks. The current state and the future state description may be used to determine the associated risks. The change strategy assessment helps in understanding risks associated with the change. The business policies define the limit in which decisions must be made during risk management. Understanding the stakeholders helps in identifying and assessing the potential impact of the internal and external forces. There are 12 techniques that can be used when assessing risks during a transition to and in the future state. These are brainstorming, document analysis, interviews, mind mapping, risk analysis and management, survey questionnaire, workshops, business cases, decision analysis, financial analysis, lessons learned, and root cause analysis. Brainstorming, document analysis, interviews, mind mapping, risk analysis and management, survey or questionnaire, and workshops may be used for identifying and understanding potential risks. Business cases may have risks captured with alternative change strategies. Decision analysis may be used to assess the impact of the problem. Financial analysis may be used to understand the potential effect of risk on the financial value of the solution. Lessons learned may be used for the issues which occurred in previous initiatives which might be potential risks. Root cause analysis may be used to identify and address the underlying cause of the risks. Now, let's discuss the risk analysis and management technique in detail. Risk analysis and management technique is a systematic way of identifying areas of uncertainty that could negatively or positively affect value, analyzing, evaluating, and developing ways to deal with uncertainties. Risk management is an ongoing activity of identifying new risks and monitoring identified risks. Risk appetite is the risk tolerance level of an individual or organization. There are 3 types of risk appetite: risk averse, risk neutral, and risk seeker. Risk identification is an ongoing activity. Each risk can be described in a risk register that supports the analysis of those risks and plans for addressing them. Perform qualitative and quantitative analysis for the identified risks. Analysis of a risk involves understanding the risk and estimating the likelihood of occurrence and impact. Likelihood of occurrence is expressed in terms of probability on a numerical scale or discrete values such as low, medium, and high. Impact is expressed in terms of cost, duration, scope, quality, or any other factor agreed by the stakeholder. Evaluation. The risk analysis results are compared with the potential value of the change to determine if the level of risk is acceptable or not. Some risk may be acceptable, but other risks need necessary action. The risk response strategy for negative risk may be avoid, transfer, mitigate, or accept. The risk response strategy for positive risk may be accept, exploit, enhance, or share. Please note, accept is a common strategy for positive and negative risks. A residual risk is the remaining risk on which a response treatment has been performed. Assign a risk owner once the risk response strategy or approach is finalized for each risk. At periodic intervals, the risk register needs to be reviewed, reanalyzed for changes in likelihood and impact. If so, review the risk response strategy. An example of a risk register is demonstrated here. Note that the attributes in this example are for illustration purposes only. Risk register may have additional attributes. Risk level may be used for prioritization of risk. The stakeholders need to have a common understanding of definitions of probability, impact scale, and values. While assessing risks, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. The domain SMEs and implementation SMEs provides input to risk association based on their knowledge. The operation support may identify risks associated to support the operations of an enterprise. The project manager is responsible for managing and mitigating risk to the project. The regulator may identify risks related to regulations, laws. The sponsor needs to understand risks as part of authorizing and funding for the change. There may be risks associated with the supplier if involved in change. The testers may identify risks in the change strategy from a verification and validation perspective. Let's now discuss the final task in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Define change strategy. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders for the Define Change Strategy task. The purpose of this task is to develop and assess alternative approaches to change and then select the recommended approach. Inputs for this task are current state and future state description, risk analysis results, and stakeholder engagement approach. The outputs of this task are change strategy and solution scope. The inputs of current and future state descriptions provides a context. Risk analysis results describe the risks identified and their exposure. Stakeholder engagement approach provides an understanding on the communication and collaboration, which helps in identifying change strategy activities. Change strategy output is the approach that will be followed by the organization to steer change. Solution scope will be derived from the change strategy. The Define Change Strategy has the following elements. The solution scope defines the boundaries of the solution in great detail. This ensures that the stakeholder can understand which capabilities the change will deliver. Gap analysis identifies the difference between the current state and the future state capabilities. The business analyst may analyze processes, functions, line of business, organizational structure, staff competencies, knowledge and skills, facilities, application systems, technology infrastructure, etc., while performing gap analysis. The Enterprise Readiness Assessment considers whether the enterprise is ready to use, sustain, and realize value from the solution. The business analyst may factor in cultural and operational readiness in making the change. Change strategy is a high-level plan that will be executed to transform the enterprise from the current state to the future state. During the course of the development of change strategy, several options may be identified. A most viable change strategy is selected from the set of available options. Business analyst may further develop a business case for each potential change strategy to support decision-making. Expected benefits and costs are key components of a business case for the change. When the future state will be achieved over time, the enterprise will go through more than one transition state. Release planning determines the requirements that are necessary to include in each phase or iteration of the changes. Business analysts assist in planning the timings of the implementation in order to minimize business disruption. In addition to the inputs discussed, business analysis approach, design options, and solution recommendations may be used as guidelines and tools. The business analysis approach defines how the business analyst defines a change strategy. Design options are different ways to satisfy the business needs. Solution recommendations is about identifying possible solutions and recommendations from the subject matter experts. There are 20 techniques that can be used when defining change strategy of an enterprise. These are brainstorming, focus groups, interviews, workshops, mind mapping, benchmarking and market analysis, decision analysis, balanced scorecard, business capability analysis, business cases, financial analysis, vendor assessment, business model canvas, estimation, functional decomposition, scope modeling, organizational modeling, process modeling, SWOT analysis, and lessons learned. Brainstorming, focus groups, interviews, workshop, mind mapping techniques may be used to define solution scope and to develop change strategy. Benchmarking and market analysis and decision analysis techniques may be used to make decisions about selecting the appropriate change strategy. A balanced scorecard may be used to define the metrics that will be used to evaluate effectiveness of the change strategy. The business capability analysis may be used to prioritize the capability gaps. The business cases are used to capture information about the recommended change strategy and other potential strategies that were assessed but not recommended. The financial analysis is used to understand the potential value associated with the change strategy. The vendor assessment is used to determine whether any vendor is a part of the change strategy, a part of implementation of change, or a part of the solution. The business model canvas may be used to determine the changes needed to current infrastructure, customer base, and financial structure of the solution. Estimation is used to determine timelines for the activities within the change strategy. The functional decomposition is to break down solution components when developing a change strategy. Scope modeling is used to define boundaries of the enterprise in the future state. The organization modeling is used to describe roles, responsibilities, and reporting structure, which will exist in future state. Process modeling is used to describe how the work would be performed in the future state. A SWOT analysis may be performed to identify threats, which may be exploited or mitigated by the future state. Lessons learned is used to determine which opportunities for improvement may be addressed. Now, let's discuss the three techniques: business capability analysis, business cases, and financial analysis in detail. Business capability analysis is analyzing organizations' business capabilities for scoping and planning of business analysis work, aligning with strategy. A business capability defines what a business does at its core. Business capabilities are the building blocks of any business. They represent stable business functions. Business capabilities, which are unique and independent from each other, are abstracted from the organizational model, and they help in capturing the business's interests. Its strength is that it helps when assessing the ability of an organization to offer new products and services. Its limitation is that it requires a broad cross-functional collaboration in defining the capability model. What are capabilities? Capabilities are the abilities or characteristics of an enterprise to perform or transform something that helps achieve a business goal or objective. How do capabilities impact value? Capabilities impact value through increasing or decreasing revenue, improving services, achieving the compliance, etc. Though, note that not all capabilities have the same level of value. Regarding performance expectations of the capabilities can be assessed to identify the explicit performance expectations. There are some risks related to the performance of the capabilities. These are business risk, technology risk, organizational risk, and market risk. A business capability assessment can produce a set of recommendations for solutions. At the strategic level, capabilities should support an enterprise in establishing and maintaining a sustainable competitive advantage. A capability map is a model of the firm associating the business capabilities, processes, and functions required for business success with the IT resource that enables them. Financial analysis is used to understand the financial aspects of an investment, a solution, or a solution approach. Financial analysis is used to build a solution recommendation based on the analysis of the initial cost and time frame in which costs are incurred, expected financial benefit and time frame in which they will be realized, ongoing costs of using and supporting the solution, risk associated with the change, and ongoing risks to business value of using that solution. Typically, a combination of analysis techniques are used. Because each provides a different perspective, cost of the change includes the expected cost of building or acquiring a solution and transitioning the enterprise from current state to the future state. Total cost of ownership, or TCO, includes cost of acquisition, using, and cost of supporting the solution for expected duration. Value realization is the value realized over time. Cost-benefit analysis, or CBA, is a prediction of the expected net benefit. Financial calculations are what the organizations use as a combination of standard financial calculations to understand different perspectives. These include return on investment, or ROI, discount rate, present value, or PV, net present value, or NPV, internal rate of return, or IRR, payback period, or PBP. Let us take a quick look at each of the financial calculations. The present value is the current worth of a future sum of money or stream of cash flows given a specified rate of return. The present value, or PV, is equal to the future value, or FV, divided by 1 plus I raised to the power of n, where I is the interest rate and n is the number of years. Net present value, or NPV, is the difference between the present value of cash inflows and the present value of cash outflows. NPV is the sum of present value of all future net cash flow. Net present value is equal to the sum of present value of cash inflow minus the cash outflow, plus the initial investment. Internal rate of return is a discount rate that makes the net present value, or NPV, of all cash flows equal to 0. The payback period is the duration of time required to recover an investment. The duration is calculated in number of years. The return on investment, or ROI, measures the amount of return on an investment relative to the cost of an investment. ROI is equal to the amount of return on an investment minus the cost of an investment divided by the cost of investment. The discount rate is the interest rate you need to earn on a given amount of money today to end up with the given amount of money in the future. The discount rate accounts for the time value of money. Note that you will benefit when the NPV, ROI, and IRR are higher. On the other hand, you will benefit when the payback period and total cost of ownership, or TCO, are lower. A business case provides a justification for a course of action based on the benefits to be realized by using the proposed solution, as compared to the cost, effort, and other considerations to acquire and live with that solution. A business case is used to define the need, determine the desired outcomes, assess constraints, assumptions, and risks, and recommend solutions. A business case provides guidance for ongoing decision-making throughout the initiative. The need assessment identifies the problem or the potential opportunity. The desired outcome describes the state which may result if the need is fulfilled. Assess alternatives identifies various alternative solutions which are assessed in terms of scope, feasibility, assumptions, risk, and constraint. Financial recommend solution is the most desirable way to solve the problem or leverage the opportunity. While defining the change strategy, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. The customer and the end users may be involved as focus group members whose input is considered in the enterprise readiness assessment. The domain SMEs and the implementation SMEs have expertise in some aspects of the change. The operation support provides information on their ability to support the operations of an enterprise. The project manager is responsible for managing change and planning the detailed activities to complete a change. The regulator ensures adherence to laws and regulations. The sponsor authorizes and ensures funding for the solution delivery. The supplier might help implement the change. The testers are responsible for ensuring that the change will function within acceptable parameters. The Requirements Analysis and Design Definition knowledge area describes the tasks that a business analyst performs to structure and organize requirements discovered during elicitation activities, specify and model requirements and designs, validate and verify information, identify solution options that meet business needs, and estimate the potential value that could be realized for each solution option. This knowledge area covers the incremental and iterative activities ranging from the initial concept and exploration of the need through to the translation of those needs into a particular recommended solution. Requirements analysis and design definition is the core knowledge area for a business analyst. The business analyst's role in modeling needs, requirements, design, and solution is instrumental in conducting a thorough analysis of the requirements and for communicating with the stakeholders. The form and level of detail is dependent on the context, the audience, and purpose. This image shows the spectrum of value as business analysis activities progress from delivering potential value to actual value. For business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for business analysis. BACM defines 6 terms that convey the same meaning to all business analysts: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let's understand what these terms mean in the context of requirements analysis and design definition. Change. transforms elicitation results into requirements and design in order to define change. Need, analyze the needs in order to recommend a solution that meets the needs. Solution, define solution options and recommend the most viable solution. Stakeholder, tailor the requirements and designs so that they are understandable and usable by stakeholder groups. Value, analyze and quantify the potential value of the solution options. Context, model and describe the context in formats that are understandable and usable by stakeholder groups. Business analysts shall consider how each core concept is addressed while performing tasks by asking questions around each of these terms. The requirements analysis and design definition stage consists of a total of 6 inputs and 6 tasks, resulting in 6 outputs. The 6 tasks performed in the requirements analysis and design definition knowledge area are: specify and model requirements, verify requirements, validate requirements, define requirements architecture, define design options, analyze potential value and recommend solution. Let us look at the inputs and output of each of these tasks. Specify and model requirements. Analyze, synthesize, and refine elicitation results into a set of requirements and designs. The input into this task is elicitation results, which may be in any state. The output of the task are the specified and modeled requirements. Verify requirements is to ensure that the set of requirements and designs, specifications, and models meet the quality standards. The input for this task is the output of the previous task, that is, the specified and modeled requirements. The output of this task are the verified requirements. Validate requirements. This is to ensure that the set of requirements and designs align to the business requirements and support the delivery of the necessary value. The inputs for this task are the specified and modeled requirements, and the output of this task are the validated requirements. The specified and modeled requirements are the inputs for the verify and validate the requirements processes. Define requirements architecture. This is to ensure that the requirements collectively support one another to fully achieve the objectives. The inputs in this task are requirements in any state, information management approach, and solution scope. The output of this task is requirements architecture. Define design options is to define the solution approach, identify opportunities to improve the business, allocate requirements to solution components, and represent design options that achieve the desired future state. Identify different possible ways of meeting the need. Solution construction begins only when the requirements are allocated to the solution component. The inputs for this task are validated and prioritized requirements, change strategy, and requirements architecture. The output of this task are the design options. Analyze potential value and recommend solutions is to recommend the most appropriate solution by estimating the potential value of each design option. The inputs for this task are potential value and solution scope. The output of this task is the solution recommendation. Let's discuss each of these tasks in detail in the next topic. Let us start with the first task, specify and model requirements. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques and stakeholders of the specify and model requirements task. What is the purpose of this task? The purpose of this task is to analyze, synthesize, and refine elicitation results into a set of requirements and designs. When the focus of the specifying and modeling activity is on understanding the need, the outputs are referred to as requirements. When the focus of the specifying and modeling activity is on a solution, the outputs are referred to as designs. Elicitation results in any state may be unconfirmed or confirmed and can be specified and modeled. So the input includes the elicitation results in any state, and output of this task includes the specified and modeled requirements. The elements of specify and model requirements are modeling format, model categories, analyze requirements, represent requirements and attributes, and implement the appropriate level of abstraction. What is a model? A model is a visual representation of information. Remember, a picture speaks more than 1,000 words. Two formats are used for modeling: matrices and diagrams. A matrix is used when the business analyst is modeling a requirement or a set of requirements of complex but uniform structure. a diagram is the visual representation of a requirement or set of requirements. It is useful to depict complexity, which is difficult to do with words. Model categories are people and roles, rationale, activity flow, capability, and data and information. The people and roles model represents the organization, groups of people, their roles, and their relationships within an organization. Techniques included are organizational modeling, roles and permission matrix, and stakeholder list, map, or personas. Rationale models provide the why of a change. Techniques included are decision modeling, scope modeling, business model canvas, root cause analysis, and business rules analysis. Activity flow models provide the sequence of actions that may be taken. Techniques included are process modeling, use case and scenarios, and user stories. Capability models focus on the features or functions of an enterprise or a solution. Techniques included are business capability analysis, functional decomposition, and prototyping. Data and information models represent the characteristics and the exchange of information within an enterprise or a solution. Techniques included are data dictionary, data flow diagram, data modeling, glossary, state modeling, and interface modeling. Analyze requirements. The business analyst further analyzes the models to identify the missing requirements, unnecessary components, constraints, assumptions, and anything that must change or should stay as it is to meet the business need. Represent requirements and attributes. Requirements and attributes are selected when planning for information management, and the requirements should exhibit the characteristics of requirements and design's quality. The various requirements attributes can be specified for each requirement or a set of requirements. These requirements attributes can be categorized according to the requirements classification schema. Level of abstraction. The level of abstraction of a requirement varies based on the type of requirement and audience. The business analyst approach that is predictive or adaptive may also influence the level of abstraction and the choice of models used when defining requirements. In addition to the inputs discussed earlier, the business analyst can use modeling notations and standards, modeling tools, requirements architecture, requirements lifecycle management tools, and solution scope as guidelines and tools. Modeling notations and standard templates help to ensure that the right information is provided about the requirements. Modeling tools are software products used to model requirements. The functionality of diagramming may or may not be part of requirements lifecycle management tools. Requirement and requirements interrelationship diagrams can be used to ensure that requirements are complete and consistent. Requirements lifecycle management tools facilitate organizing, storing, and sharing of information. Solution scope provides the boundaries of the solution, which provides the boundaries of the requirements and design models. There are 24 techniques that can be used for specifying and modeling requirements. Acceptance and evaluation criteria is used to represent the criteria attribute of requirements. Non-functional requirements analysis is used to define and analyze quality of service or QoS attributes. As discussed earlier, the remaining 22 techniques are categorized into people and roles, rationale, activity flow, capability, and data and information category. A business analyst uses specific techniques to specify and model requirements and designs based on the requirements type and level of abstraction. A business analyst uses specific techniques to specify and model requirements and designs based on the requirements type and level of abstraction. People and role models are organizational modeling roles and permissions matrix and stakeholder list, map, or personas. Rationale models are decision modeling, scope modeling, business model canvas, root cause analysis, and business rules analysis. Activity flow models are process modeling, use case and scenarios, sequence diagram, and user stories. Capability models are business capability analysis, functional decomposition, and prototyping. Data and information models are data dictionary, data flow diagram, data modeling, glossary, state modeling, concept modeling, and interface modeling. Now let's discuss the 14 techniques. Business rules analysis, concept modeling, decision modeling, data dictionary, data flow diagrams, data modeling, glossary, non-functional requirements analysis, process modeling, scope modeling, sequence diagram, state modeling, use case and scenarios, and user stories in detail. Non-functional requirements and analysis examines the requirements for a solution. The non-functional requirements are also known as quality attributes or quality of service or QoS associated with solution. Non-functional requirements define how well the functional requirements must perform, are used to specify the criteria which can be used to judge the operation of a system, are generally expressed in textual formats as declarative statements, and state the constraints that apply to a set of functional requirements. What are the elements of non-functional requirements analysis? The elements of non-functional requirements analysis are categories of non-functional requirements, measurement of non-functional requirements, and context of non-functional requirements. Common categories of non-functional requirements are availability, compatibility, functionality, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security, usability, certification, compliance, localization, service level agreements or SLAs, extensibility. Listed here are a few examples of non-functional requirements. Availability. The website should be available 24 hours by 7 days, except during scheduled maintenance work. Compatibility. The website should be compatible to Explorer, Chrome, Firefox, or Mozilla. Performance. The web page should load within 10 seconds on a standard DSL connection. Localization. The website, by default, is in English. It should be redirected to localized pages based on the user's location. Security. Secured pages should be displayed for authenticated and authorized users only. Business rules analysis is used to identify, express, validate, refine, and organize the rules that shape the day-to-day business operations and guide decision-making. Business rules define, constrain, or enable organizational operations. Business policy is a non-actionable directive that supports a business goal, and business rule is a specific actionable and testable directive that is under the control of an organization and that supports a business policy. Complex business rules are represented using a decision tree or table. Structural rules are something that a company can't change. Operative rules are something which the company can change. Operative rules change frequently. The basic principles for business rules are based on standard business vocabulary, express the rules separately from how they will be enforced, define the rules at the atomic level and in declarative format, separate the rules from processes they support or constrain, map the rules to decisions that support or constrain, maintain the rules in a manner that they can be monitored and adapted as the business evolves over time. Business rules should be expressed and managed independent of any implementation technology. Definitional rules are intended to make operational business decisions during some process or events. They indicate something that is necessary. These rules represent the operational knowledge of an organization. They prescribe how information could be derived with calculations based on the information available. While these rules cannot be violated, they could be applied inappropriately. Let's go through a few examples to understand the concept. Local tax must be calculated based on the tax rate applicable for each item. Service tax must be calculated based on the service tax rate. Behavioral rules are intended to guide the actions of people working within the organization. Behavioral rules can be violated. Various levels of enforcement may be applied for behavioral rules. For example, strictly enforced or having no violation, override by authorized person, override with explanation, no active enforcement, and so on. Examples. The delivery challan should not be accepted if it doesn't contain the purchase order number. An order should not be accepted when there is a mismatch in the billing address and the address provided by the credit card provider. Decision modeling shows how repeatable business decisions are made. It shows how data and knowledge are combined to make specific decisions. A comprehensive decision model is linked to processes, performance measures, and the organization. Decision tables and decision trees define how a specific decision is made. Decision tables. A decision table is a tabular representation of a set of rules. Each row or column is a rule, and each column or row is the condition of that rule. When all the conditions in a particular rule are evaluated as true, the outcome of the specified rule is selected. Decision trees. In a decision tree, each leaf node is a single rule. Every branch in a tree represents a different condition. Decision requirements diagrams include decision, input data, business knowledge, and knowledge sources. Decision. Each decision takes a set of inputs and has possible outputs based on business rules or any other decision logic. Input data. Input data is data that must be passed to a decision in a decision tree. Business knowledge is a set of business rules, decision tables, decision tree, and analytical models that describe how to make decisions. Knowledge sources are either documents or people from where necessary decision logic has been derived. Here is an example of a decision table. The eligibility of a person for an insurance policy and calculation of the premium amount is based on 3 factors. The age group the person belongs to, if the person smokes, given as yes or no, and the person's health status, such as whether the person has any pre-existing disease or has been operated upon. The outcome or decision is taken based on eligibility, base price, and loading. In the example, base price for each age group is different. We can also have a common base price and a multiplication factor based on the age group. Here is an example of a decision tree. Specific discounts are applied based on the order amount and membership. First node is order amount and second one is membership. The path to each leaf node is a single business rule. For example, if order amount is greater than 5,000 but less than or equal to 10,000 and membership is equal to gold, then the discount would be 20%. A concept model is used to organize the business vocabulary needed to consistently and thoroughly communicate the knowledge of a domain. A concept model starts with a glossary of terms, which consists of the core noun concepts of a domain. The goal of a concept model is to support the expression of natural language statements. A concept model provides design-independent definitions. Noun concepts are the basic concepts of a domain. Verb concepts provide basic structural connection between the noun concepts. Sometimes, verb concepts are derived, inferred, or computed by definitional rules. Other connections are categorizations, classifications, partitive, whole part, connections, and roles. A data dictionary is used to standardize the definition of a data element and enable a common interpretation of data elements. A data dictionary is used to standardize usage and meanings of data elements between solutions and between stakeholders. It is also known as metadata repository and is used to maintain the data within the context of a solution. It functions as a single repository of corporate metadata that promotes the use of data throughout the organization in a consistent manner. It is used in conjunction with the entity relationship diagram. It requires regular maintenance, otherwise the metadata could become obsolete or incorrect. The elements of a data dictionary are data elements. The data dictionary describes data element characteristics. Primitive data elements are names, aliases, values or meaning, and description of data elements. Composite elements are built using primitive data elements to build a composite structure. Composite structure may include sequence, repetitions, and optional elements. Here is an example of a data dictionary. Primitive data elements for each data element are name, alias, value or meaning, and description. A composite data element is built using different data elements. A glossary defines the key terms and synonyms relevant to a business domain, sets a common language that can be used to communicate and exchange ideas, is organized, is continuously accessible to all stakeholders. A term is included in the glossary when that term is unique to a domain, there are multiple definitions for the term, the definition implied is outside of the term's common use, there is a reasonable chance of misunderstanding the term. When developing a glossary, make sure that all definitions are clear, concise, and brief. Acronyms are spelled out when used in a definition. Stakeholders have easy and reliable access to the glossary. Editing of the glossary is limited to specific stakeholders. A data flow diagram, or DFD, shows where the data comes from. which activities process the data and whether the output results are stored or utilized by another activity or external entity. Data flow diagram illustrates movement and transformation of data between external entities and processes. There are 3 simple rules for data flow diagram. They are: Rule 1. Inputs or data must either come directly from an external party or must be created by another process. Rule 2. Every process must have at least one input and one output. Rule 3. Every output must flow to another process, external party, or data store. Components of data flow diagrams are externals, which include entity, source, and destination, data store, process, and data flow. 2 notations used for creating a data flow diagram are the Gain-Sarson and Jordan notations. A data model describes the entities, classes, or data objects relevant to a domain, the attributes that are used to describe them, and the relationship among them to provide a common set of semantics for analysis and implementation. The 3 different ways of modeling data are conceptual data model, logical data model, and physical data model. A conceptual data model provides a broad view of what should be included in the model set. A conceptual data model includes important entities and the relationships between them, does not specify attributes and primary keys. Conceptual data models can be used as the foundation for logical data models. A logical data model contains more detail than a conceptual data model, and it is independent of how information is physically implemented in the database. A logical data model includes all entities and relationships between them, specifies attributes and primary key for each entity, specifies foreign keys which identify the relationships between different entities. It also involves normalization, which is the process of removing redundancy in a table so that the table is easier to modify. A physical data model contains all the information required to create a table in the database. This model shows all the table structures, including column name, column data type, column constraints, primary key, foreign key, and relationships between tables. A physical data model specifies all tables and columns, includes foreign keys to identify relationships between tables, may include denormalization depending on user requirements, may be significantly different from the logical data model. The elements of data modeling are entity or class. Entities are objects or concepts that represent important data. They are typically nouns, for example, customer, employee, department, and so on. Attributes are the characteristics of an entity. Attributes can include: name is the unique name of the attribute. Value or meaning is the list of acceptable values. Abbreviated values shall also include meaning. Description is the description of the attribute in the context of the solution. Relationship or association. Relationships illustrate an association between 2 tables. In the physical data model, relationships are represented by stylized lines. Cardinality and ordinality. Cardinality refers to the maximum number of times an instance in one entity can be associated with instances in the related entity. Ordinality refers to the minimum number of times an instance in one entity can be associated with an instance in the related entity. Cardinality and ordinality are represented by the styling of a line and its endpoint as per notation style. A data model optionally contains metadata describing what the entities represent, when and why they were created and changed. A data model can have more than one diagram to show entities' attributes and relationship. Now let's look into crow's foot notation and UML database notation used to create data models. Crow's foot notation and UML database notation are the common diagramming notations for data modeling. In crow's foot notation, the relationship between attributes of one entity with another entity is represented by cardinality, whereas in the UML database notation, it is represented by multiplicity. Cardinality and multiplicity are relational properties that define exactly how many instances appear in a child table for each corresponding instance in the parent table. Process modeling is a standardized graphical model used to show how work is carried out. It is the foundation for process analysis. Process modeling can be used to describe business process, system process, and program process. A process model can be constructed on multiple levels: high level, which is enterprise or context; to low level, which is operational. These levels exist to progressively decompose a complex process into component processes. It is used to define the current state of a process, or the as-is model, or potential future state of the process, or the to-be model. A process model includes participants, the business event or trigger, steps or activities, the path, decision points, and the result of the process. There are several types of process models and notations. A detailed discussion on process models is out of the scope of this course. Flowcharts and value stream mapping, or VSM, data flow diagrams, or DFD, and unified modeling language, or UML, business process model and notation, or BPMN, integrated definition, or IDEF notation, and input guide output enabler, or IGOE diagrams, SIPOC, and value stream analysis. The components of process models are activity, event, directional flow, decision point, link, and role. Scope models define the nature of one or more limits or boundaries and place elements inside or outside those boundaries. Scope models may show elements that include in scope, out of scope, both. Scope models provide the basis for understanding the boundaries of scope of control, scope of need, scope of solution, scope of change. The elements of scope models are objective, scope of change and context, level of detail, relationship consisting of parent-child or composition subset, function responsibility, supplier-consumer, cause-effect, emergent, assumptions, scope modeling results. Use cases and scenarios describe how a person or system interacts with the solution being modeled to achieve a goal. A use case describes several scenarios. Use cases describe the interaction between the primary actor, the solution, and any secondary actors needed to achieve the primary actor's goal. Use case diagrams are a graphical representation of the relationships between actors and one or more use cases supported by the solution. A scenario describes just one way that an actor can accomplish a particular goal. Scenarios are written as a series of steps performed by actors or by the solution that enable an actor to achieve a goal. Next, let's discuss the elements of a use case diagram. A use case diagram consists of relationships. Relationships show the association between actors and use cases. The two commonly used relationships are extend and include. Extend is used to show an alternate path. Include is used when use cases are shared. The elements of a use case description are name, goal, actors, preconditions, trigger, flow of events, post conditions. Here is an example of a use case diagram. The system is represented by the rectangle which contains use cases. Actors who trigger the specific use cases are outside of the rectangle. A line connecting the actor and the use case is known as an association. Temporal events which trigger specific use case as per schedule are represented by the clock. Here is one use case template. Every use case must have a unique use case ID and other attributes such as name, description, goals. Goals: actors, trigger, precondition, main flow, alternate flow, post conditions, related use case, business rules, frequency of occurrence, notes, and so on. User story represents a short and simple description of a feature from the user perspective. A good user story consists of 3 elements, commonly referred to as the 3 C's. 3 C's stands for card, conversation, and confirmation. This model was proposed by Ron Jeffries. Card is a simple index card which has user story title, description, or statement of values and acceptance criteria. Conversation: the collaborative conversation which involves all stakeholders and the team. A conversation taking place at different times and places during a project to understand the user story, and this conversation is largely verbal but most often supplemented by other documents like process flow diagram, wireframes, data flow diagram, etc. Confirmation: this is formal, which indicates the objectives have been reached in the form of acceptance criteria. The acronym INVEST helps to remember a widely accepted set of criteria used to assess the quality of a user story. I, independent. User story is independent of others. N, negotiable. User story is not a specific contract. V, valuable. User story is valuable to the customer. E, estimable. User story is estimable by the development team. S, small. User story is small so as to fit within an iteration. T, testable. User story is testable. It has acceptance criteria. Bigger user stories are split into smaller user stories, which can be developed in one iteration. User stories are written throughout the Agile project. Any member of Agile team can write user stories. User story strongly shifts the focus from writing about features to discussing them. User story typically has 3 elements. Title. Title describes the activity the stakeholder wants to perform with the system. Typically, it is an active verb goals phrase such as place order, search product, add customer information, etc. Statement of values or user story description. This is a short description in 1 or 2 sentences in any of the following formats. As a type of user, I want some goal so that some reason. As a who, I need to what so that why. As a role, I want something so that benefits. As persona, I want what so that why. Acceptance criteria. An acceptance criteria is a formal description of the behavior of a software product. These are used to confirm that the user story is implemented correctly and successfully delivered. Acceptance criteria are captured as part of confirmation, 3rd C of the user story development model. Acceptance criteria may be specified in the format of given, when, then. Tools such as JBehave, OrSpec, or Cucumber encourage use of this template. JBehave. Sequence diagrams are used to model the logic of a scenario by showing the information that is passed between objects in the system when the scenario is executed. They are developed from use cases and scenarios. A sequence diagram shows how processes or objects interact during a scenario, shows how user interface components or software components interact, shows the order of messages. This is represented in a top-down and left-to-right sequence. Does not show how the objects are related to each other. Elements of a sequence diagram are objects or classes, lifeline, activation box, and message. A message can be a synchronous call or an asynchronous call. Let's see an example of a sequence diagram. This diagram shows the sequence of messages. Customer requests for a token. Token is issued to the customer. Banker announces the token number. Customer requests for a demand draft from the banker. Banker checks the account balance in the account master. Account master provides the balance details to the banker. Banker rejects if there's insufficient balance and issues demand draft if there's sufficient balance. State modeling is used to describe and analyze the different possible states of an entity within a system, how that entity changes from one state to another, and what happens to the entity when it is in each state. The life cycle of an entity has a beginning and an end. A state is a formal representation of status. A state model describes a set of possible states for an entity, the sequence of states that the entity can be in, how an entity changes from one state to another, the events and conditions that cause the entity to change states, and the actions that can or must be performed by the entity in each state as it moves through its life cycle. The elements of state modeling are state, state transition, state diagram, and state tables. A business analyst may involve any stakeholder while specifying and modeling requirements and design. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Verify Requirements task. The purpose of the Verify Requirements task is to ensure that the requirements and the design specifications and models meet quality standards and are usable for the purpose. A high-quality specification is well written and easily understood by its intended audience. A high-quality model follows the notation standards and effectively represents reality. Specified and modeled requirements is the input to this task, and the output is the verified requirements. Requirements can be verified once they are specified and modeled. Therefore, for the Verify Requirements task, the inputs are the specified and modeled requirements, and its output are the verified requirements. The elements of the Verify Requirements task are characteristics of requirements and designs quality, verification activities, and checklists. As per BABOK version 3.0, there are 9 characteristics of requirements and designs quality. Atomic. The requirement is independent of other requirements or designs. Complete. The requirement has the appropriate level of detail for work to continue. The level of completeness is based on the perspective or methodology being used as well as the point in the project lifecycle. Consistent. The requirement does not conflict with other requirements. Concise. The requirement contains no extraneous or unnecessary information. Feasible. It is possible to implement the requirement within agreed-upon risks, schedule, and budget. Unambiguous. The requirements are stated in such a way as to make it clear whether a solution does or does not meet the associated need. Testable. The requirement enables the verification whether the requirements or design have been fulfilled. Prioritized. The requirement is ranked in terms of importance and value amongst all other requirements. Understandable. The requirement is represented using the common terminology of the audience for easy understanding. Verification activities are performed iteratively throughout the requirements analysis process. Requirements are verified for compliance with organizational standards, correct usage of modeling notations and templates, consistency between models, and ensuring that the terminology used in expressing requirement is understandable to stakeholders. Checklists are used for quality control when verifying requirements or designs. It includes a set of quality elements that business analysts use to verify requirements. In addition to the inputs discussed, a business analyst may use requirements lifecycle management tools as guidelines and tools. Requirements lifecycle management tools are used to check for issues related to prioritization, unambiguity, and so on. There are 4 techniques that can be used for verifying requirements. They are acceptance and evaluation criteria, item tracking, metrics and key performance indicators or KPIs, and reviews. Acceptance and evaluation criteria are used to ensure that the requirements are testable. Item tracking is used to ensure that any issues observed during verification are managed and resolved. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, are used to identify how to evaluate the quality of the requirements. Reviews are used to inspect requirements documentation to identify requirements that are not of acceptable quality. Now let's discuss reviews in detail. Reviews are used to evaluate the content of a work product. Reviews can include an overview of the work product and review objectives, checklists and reference materials that can be used by reviewers, reviewing the work product and documenting the findings, and verifying any rework. The elements of reviews are objectives, techniques, and participants. Objectives define the goals of a review session. Techniques are selected based on the objectives of the review. Reviews can be formal or informal. Inspection, formal walkthrough, and single-issue review or technical review are formal review techniques, and informal walkthrough or team review, desk check, pass-around, and ad hoc are informal review techniques. Participants' roles in any review depends on the objective, the technique, and organizational standards. Participants' roles may be that of an author, reviewer, facilitator, or scribe. A business analyst may involve all the stakeholders. The business analyst, along with domain and implementation subject matter experts, is responsible for determining whether the task has been completed. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Validate Requirements task. What is the purpose of Validate Requirements task? Requirements validation is an ongoing process to ensure that the stakeholders, solution, and transition requirements align to the business requirements. Requirements validation also validate the designs to ensure they satisfy the stated requirements. Different and conflicting needs and expectations of stakeholders may be exposed through the validation process. specified and modeled requirements are the inputs in this task. The output of the task are validated requirements. Verification and validation of requirements may occur concurrently once requirements are specified and modeled. The elements of the Validate Requirements task are identify assumptions, define measurable evaluation criteria, and evaluate alignment with solution scope. Stakeholders may have assumed certain benefits will result from the implementation of a requirement. These assumptions are identified and recorded so that associated risks can be identified and managed. Business analysts define measurable evaluation criteria that will be used to evaluate how successful the change is after the solution is implemented. When requirements do not deliver expected benefits, then the future state must be re-evaluated or solution scope changed, or the requirements removed from the solution scope. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analyst may use business objectives, future state description, potential value, and solution scope as guidelines and tools. Business objectives are used to ensure that requirements deliver the desired business benefits. Future state description is used to ensure that the requirements that are part of solution scope help in achieving the desired future state. Potential value is used as a benchmark to assess the value delivered by the requirements. Solution scope ensures the requirements are within the scope of the desired solution. There are 7 techniques that can be used to validate requirements. Acceptance and evaluation criteria is used to define the quality metrics that must be achieved. Document analysis is used to identify previously documented business needs. Financial analysis is used to define financial benefits associated with the requirements. Item tracking is used to track and manage issues observed during validation of requirements. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, are used to select appropriate performance measures for a solution, solution component, or requirement. Reviews are used to confirm with the stakeholder whether their needs have been met. Risk analysis and management is used to identify scenarios that would impact the benefit delivered by a requirement. The business analyst may involve all stakeholders in the validation of requirements. The business analyst, along with customer, users, and sponsors, is responsible for determining whether requirements are validated. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Define Requirements Architecture task. The purpose of the Define Requirements Architecture task is to ensure that the requirements collectively support one another to fully achieve the objectives. Information management approach, requirements in any state and solution scope are the inputs in this task, and the output is requirements architecture. Information management approach describes how the requirements will be stored and accessed. Requirements should be stated once so that the entire set may be evaluated for completeness. Solution scope is referred to ensure the requirements architecture is aligned with the solution boundaries. The elements of requirements architecture are requirements, viewpoints, and views, template architecture, completeness, relate and verify requirements relationships, and business analysis information architecture. Let's look at these in detail. Requirements, viewpoints, and views. A viewpoint is a set of conventions that defines how the requirements will be represented and organized. The viewpoint helps in determining what information is to be provided to each stakeholder group to address their concerns. Examples are process models, data models, business models, etc. The actual requirements and designs for a particular solution from a specific viewpoint are referred to as a view, and a collection of views make up the requirements architecture for a specific solution. Template architecture. An architectural framework is a collection of viewpoints that is standard across industry, sector, or organization. The business analyst may use architectural framework as a template to start defining the architecture. In completeness, an architecture helps in ensuring that a set of requirements is complete. In the relate and verify requirements relationships, the business analyst defines the relationship between the requirements and ensures that relationships are defined, necessary, correct, unambiguous, and consistent. In business analysis information architecture, the structure of the business analysis information is defined. This element is also known as information architecture. In addition to the inputs discussed, The business analyst may use architecture management software, legal or regulatory information, and methodologies and frameworks as guidelines and tools. Architecture management software modeling can help to manage the volume, complexity, and versions of the relationships within the requirements architecture. Legal or regulatory information describes legislative rules or regulations that must be followed. Methodologies and frameworks are a predetermined set of models used to represent different viewpoints. There are 6 techniques that can be used when defining requirements architecture. Functional decomposition is used to break down the scope into smaller components. Data modeling is used to describe the requirement structure related to data. Organizational modeling is used to understand organization units, stakeholders, and their relationship. Scope modeling is used to describe scope boundaries. Interviews and workshops are used to define the requirements structure. The business analyst may involve several stakeholders while defining requirements architecture. The domain subject matter expert, implementation subject matter expert, project manager, sponsor, and tester may assist in defining and confirming requirements architecture. The domain subject matter expert, implementation subject matter expert, project manager, sponsor, and tester may assist in defining and confirming requirements architecture. Stakeholders may use the requirements architecture to assess completeness of the requirements. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Define Design Options task. The purpose of the Define Design Options task is to define the solution approach, identify opportunities to improve the business, allocate requirements across solution components, and represent design options. The inputs to this task are change strategy, requirements that have been validated and prioritized, and requirements architecture. The output of the task are the design options. Elements in the Define Design Options task are define solution approaches, identify improvement opportunities, requirements allocation, and describe design options. Let's look at the details of each element. Define solution approaches. The solution approach describes whether the solution will be created or purchased, or a combination of both. The solution approach is considered for each design option. The integration of each of these components is considered within the design option. Identify improvement opportunities. When proposing design options, there may be improvement opportunities such as to increase efficiencies, improve access to information, or identify additional capabilities. Requirements allocation. Requirements allocation is a process of assigning requirements to solution components and releases. Describe design options. Design options are developed considering the desired future state, and the solution performance measures are defined for each solution option. In addition to the inputs discussed, a business analyst may use existing solutions, future state description, requirements, traced, and solution scope as guidelines and tools. Existing solutions should be considered as a component of design options as they need to be integrated. Future state description describes the desired state of an enterprise and helps to ensure that the design options are viable. Traced requirements define the design option that fulfills the requirements. Solution scope defines the boundaries of the solution when selecting the design options. There are 10 techniques that can be used while defining design options. Brainstorming, interviews, lessons learned, mind mapping, survey and questionnaire, and workshops are used to identify improvement opportunities and design options. Benchmarking and market analysis are used to identify and analyze the existing solution and market trends. Document analysis is used to provide the information needed to describe the functional requirements can be used to define service levels expected, and a certification from an independent authority may be requested. The assessment may be informal or formal through the submission of a Request for Information or RFI. Request for information is a method of seeking information from different vendors prior to formally sourcing products or services. Request for Tender or RFT, also known as Request for Quote or RFQ, is suitable for sourcing products that are standardized or produced in repetitive quantities. Request for Proposal or RFP is a formal method of receiving detailed and comparable proposals from different vendors for a defined product or service. organization standard, project complexity, and solution criticality may influence the level of formality. The elements of the vendor assessment technique are knowledge and expertise, licensing and pricing models, vendor market position, terms and conditions, vendor experience, reputation, and stability. Knowledge and expertise. The vendors can provide knowledge and expertise which is not available within the organization. Licensing and pricing models. Licensing and pricing models needs to be considered when a solution or solution component is purchased from a third party. Vendor market position. It's important to compare each vendor with its competitors to understand its market position. Terms and conditions. It must be investigated whether the vendor's licensing terms, intellectual property rights, and technology are likely to change if the organization later decides to transition to another supplier. Vendor experience, reputation, and stability. A vendor's experience with other customers may provide valuable information. Next, let us look at the stakeholders for vendor assessment. While defining design options, a business analyst may involve several stakeholders. The domain subject matter expert and implementation subject matter expert provide the inputs and feedback when evaluating solution alternatives and design options. Operational support can help in evaluating the costs of the proposed solution with the existing processes and systems. The project manager plans and manages the solution definition processes, including the scope and risks. The supplier may provide information on the functionality associated with the particular design option. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Analyze Potential Value and Recommend Solution task. The purpose of the Analyze Potential Value and Recommend Solution task is to estimate the potential value for each design option and to establish the most appropriate one to meet the enterprise requirements. Potential value and design options are the inputs to this task. The output of the task is the solution recommendation. Potential value can be used as a benchmark against which the value delivered by a design can be evaluated. Design options are evaluated and compared to recommend one option for the solution. The elements of the Analyze Potential Value and Recommend Solution task are expected benefits, expected costs, determine value, and assess design options and recommend solution. Expected benefits describe the positive value that a solution is intended to deliver to the stakeholders. Value can include tangible and intangible benefits. The benefits can be calculated for a set of requirements. The total expected benefit is the net benefit of all the requirements. Benefits are often realized over a period of time. Expected costs include any potential negative value associated with a solution, including the cost of acquisition and the negative effect it may have on the stakeholders and the cost of solution maintenance. Determine value. The potential value of a solution is based on the expected benefits and costs. The value can be positive if the benefit is more than the cost and negative if the benefit is less than the cost. The business analyst considers the potential value from the point of view of the stakeholders. Each design option is assessed based on the potential value it is expected to deliver. The business analyst may reevaluate while analyzing the design options. The business analyst needs to consider the available resources, the constraints on the solution, the dependencies between requirements. State description provides the context in which the works need to be completed. Future state description is referred to ensure the design options are appropriate. Risk analysis results is the assessment of the level of risk associated with the design options. Solution scope defines the scope of the solution that is being delivered. There are 15 techniques that can be used for analyzing potential value and recommending solution. Focus group, interviews, surveys and questionnaires, and workshop techniques may be used to get stakeholder inputs on which design options best meet the requirements. Brainstorming is used to identify the potential benefit of the requirements. Acceptance and evaluation criteria is used to determine whether a proposed solution meets the business need or not. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, are used to support the assessment and ranking of design options. Risk analysis and management is used to identify and manage the risks that could affect the potential value of the requirements. SWOT analysis is used to identify strengths and weaknesses that could impact the value of the solution. Backlog management is used to manage requirements in the order of priority based on the potential value. Now let's discuss the decision analysis technique in detail. Decision analysis formally assesses a problem and the different possible decisions in order to determine the value of alternate outcomes under conditions of uncertainty. We will now learn more what the decision, value, and decision analysis approach activities are. A decision is the act of choosing a single course of action from several uncertain outcomes with different values. Value may be in the form of financial value, a scoring or a relative ranking depending on the approach, level of uncertainty, quality of information, and evaluation criteria. Decision analysis approach activities include defining the problem statement. Clearly describe the decision problem to be addressed. It's difficult to take decisions if the problems are poorly defined. Defining alternatives to identify the possible course of action. Evaluating alternatives to determine the logical approach to analyze the alternatives. Choosing the alternative to implement. The stakeholders are responsible for selecting the alternative based on the decision analysis results. Implementing the choice. That is, implementing the chosen alternative. Next, let's look at the elements of the decision analysis technique. These are decision analysis tools and techniques, components of decision analysis, decision matrix, decision tree, trade-offs. There are a number of decision analysis tools and techniques available. Some of the common tools and techniques are pro versus con considerations, force field analysis, decision tables, decision tree, multi-criteria decision analysis or MCDA, comparison analysis, totally partially not or TPN, analytical hierarchy process or AHP, computer-based simulations and algorithms. The general components of decision analysis are decision to be made or problem stated, decision maker, alternative, and decision criteria. A decision matrix is a decision table where each criteria is evaluated against each alternative and the total number of criteria matched for each alternate. A decision tree is a method of assessing the preferred outcome where multiple sources of uncertainty may exist. Trade-offs become relevant whenever a decision problem involves multiple conflicting objectives. When making trade-offs, rank objectives on a similar scale or eliminate dominated alternative. The business analyst may involve several stakeholders while analyzing potential value and recommending a solution. The end user, customer, domain subject matter expert, and implementation subject matter expert may help in analyzing potential value, potential benefit, cost, and the risks of implementing the design options. The project manager manages the selection process so that the potential impact associated with the change is known. The regulator may be involved in risk evaluation or to place constraints on the potential values. The sponsor approves the final recommendation and approves the expenditure of resources to develop a solution. The solution evaluation knowledge area describes the tasks that the business analyst performs to assess the performance of and value delivered by a solution in use by the enterprise, and to recommend the removal of barriers or constraints that prevent the full realization of the value. Let's begin by understanding how the value of a solution changes as business analysis activities are carried out in an enterprise. The image here displays the spectrum of value as business analysis activities progress from delivering potential value to actual value. We have learned that for business analysts, the Business Analysis Core Concept Model, or BACM, defines the conceptual framework for business analysis. BACM defines 6 core concepts which have a common meaning to all business analysts and helps them talk about business analysis using these terms: change, need, solution, stakeholder, value, and context. Let's understand what these terms mean in the context of solution evaluation. Change. Recommend a change to either a solution or the enterprise to realize the potential value of a solution. Need. Evaluate how a solution or solution component fulfills the need. Solution. Assess performance of the solution to determine if it is delivering the potential value. Stakeholder. Elicit information from the stakeholders about solution performance and value delivery. Value. Determine if the solution is delivering the potential value and examine why value may not be realized. Context. Consider the context in determining solution performance measures and any limitations within the context. Business analysts should consider how each core concept is addressed while performing tasks by asking questions about each of these terms. 5 tasks are performed in the solution evaluation knowledge area: measure solution performance, analyze performance measures, assess solution limitations, assess enterprise limitations, recommend actions to increase solution value. Let's discuss each of these in detail. Measure solution performance to determine the most appropriate way to assess the performance of a solution. Inputs to this task are business objectives and the implemented solution in some form, such as a prototype or proof of concept, or beta release or operational release. The output of this task includes the solution performance measures. Analyze performance measures is to understand the value delivered and determine whether they meet current business needs. Inputs to this task are potential value and solution performance measures, and the output of this task is solution performance analysis. Note that the output from the task, solution performance analysis, is an input to the next 2 tasks, that is, assess solution limitations and assess enterprise limitations. Assess solution limitations is for investigating issues within the scope of the solution that prevent it from meeting the business needs. The inputs to this task are the implemented solution and solution performance analysis, and the output of this task is solution limitation. Assess enterprise limitations is for investigating issues outside the scope of the solution that prevent an enterprise from realizing the full potential value of the solution. The inputs to this task are the implemented or constructed solution, solution performance analysis, and the current state description. The output of this task is enterprise limitation. Recommend actions to increase solution value is to identify and determine the action an enterprise can take to increase the value of the solution. The inputs to this task are solution limitation and enterprise limitation, and the output of this task is recommend actions. Next, let's discuss each of these tasks in detail. Let's get started with the first task, measure solution performance. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the measure solution performance task. Let's first start with discussing the purpose of the task. The purpose of the measure solution performance task is to define performance measures and use the data collected to evaluate effectiveness of a solution. The measure used depends on the solution and the context. The performance measure should be inbuilt in. If it is not, then the business analyst should work with the stakeholders to determine and collect the measure. Performance may be assessed through key performance indicators or KPIs. As we discussed earlier in the lesson, business objectives and the implemented solution are inputs to this task, and outputs are solution performance measures. Business objectives provide measurable results that the enterprise wants to achieve, and the implemented solution or solution components may be in any form. Next, let's discuss the different elements of the measure solution performance task. These include define solution performance measures, validate performance measures, collect performance measures. For defining solution performance measures, business goals, objectives, and processes are common sources of measures. Solution performance may be quantitative, qualitative, or both depending on the value being measured. Quantitative measures are numerical and are countable, such as the average number of requests processed per day, average number of claims settled per day, and so on. Qualitative measures are subjective and can include attributes, perceptions, or any other subjective response. The business analyst validates the performance measure and influencing criteria with the stakeholders. The decision about the measure to be used for evaluating the solution resides with the sponsor. The business analyst should consider volume or sample size and frequency and timing when collecting performance measures. The appropriate sample size for the initiative can be selected based on the total population of impacted users or records. If the sample size is too small, then the results may lead to inaccurate conclusions, and a large sample size may not be practical and economical to obtain. The frequency and timing of the collection may have an effect on the outcome, so it is important to determine the appropriate sample size based on the context. Also, the business analyst needs to consider at what frequency and when to collect the performance measures. In addition to the inputs to the measure solution performance task discussed earlier, the business analyst may use requirements that are validated, solution scope, future state description, and change strategy as guidelines and tools. Validated requirements are appraised to determine value. Solution scope sets the boundaries to measure and evaluate. Future state description provides expected potential value. Change strategy is used to implement potential value. 13 techniques are available to measure solution performance. Let's learn about the need for each of them. Acceptance and evaluation criteria, benchmarking and market analysis, non-functional requirements analysis, and use cases and scenarios. These techniques are used to define measures, acceptance levels, and outcome of the solution. Business cases are used to define performance measures for a proposed solution. Data mining is used to collect large amounts of data about solution performance. Decision analysis is used to help stakeholders make decisions on suitable ways of measuring solution performance. Observations, survey and questionnaire, and focus groups are techniques used to gather opinion, feedback, and attitude towards solution performance. Prototyping is used to simulate the solution to determine solution performance. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, are used to measure solution performance. Vendor assessment is used to evaluate and select performance measures of vendors that are to be included in the solution performance assessment. Vendor assessment is used to evaluate and select performance measures of vendors that are to be included in the solution performance assessment. Let's next discuss who the stakeholders of business analysis are in the Measure Solution Performance task. While measuring solution performance, the business analyst may involve the customer, end user, domain subject matter expert, project manager, sponsor, regulator. The customer and end user may provide feedback on solution performance. The domain subject matter expert may be consulted to provide potential measures. The project manager is responsible for maintaining schedules and performing solution performance tasks. The sponsor is responsible for approving the measures used to determine solution performance. The regulator may prescribe constraints and guidelines that must be incorporated into solution performance measures. With this, we conclude our discussion on the Measure Solution Performance task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge area. Next, we'll discuss the Analyze Performance Measures task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge area. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders of the Analyze Performance Measures task. What is the purpose of this task? The purpose of this task is to provide insights into the performance of the solutions, to analyze the collected measures to derive meaning and actionable items, to consider enterprise goals and objectives, to consider the risk associated with the solution, to consider the risk tolerance of both enterprise and stakeholders, and to consider other stated targets. To recall what we discussed earlier, potential value and solution performance measures are inputs to the task, and solution performance analysis is the output. Potential value can be used as a benchmark against which solution performance can be evaluated. The elements of the Analyze Performance Measures task are solution performances versus desired value, risks, trends, accuracy, performance variances. In the element Solution Performances versus Desired Value, the business analyst shall assess solution performance and help stakeholders understand the solution's value. Note that it is not necessary that high-performing solution components deliver high value. It is quite possible that a low-performing solution component may deliver high value to stakeholders. For the risks element, the business analyst may uncover new risks while assessing solution performance. These risks are managed like any other risk. For trends, the data collection period is an important factor to be considered when analyzing performance data. Assessment based on the data collected for a short period during peak load may result in inappropriate solution performance assessment. A large enough sample size over a sufficient time period will provide an accurate depiction of solution performance. For the accuracy element, the results of performance measures should be reproducible and repeatable to ensure accuracy. Variance is the difference between expected and actual performance. Root cause analysis must be performed to understand the causes of performance variance. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analyst may use solution scope, future state description, change strategy, and risk analysis results as guidelines and tools while performing the Analyze Performance Measures task. Let's look at what these are. Solution scope sets the boundaries to measure and evaluate. Future state description provides expected potential value. Change strategy is used to implement potential value. Risk analysis results provide overall level of risk and planned risk responses. 9 techniques are available to analyze solution performance measures, identify risks, trends, and variance. Let's learn about the need for each of them. Interviews and survey and questionnaire techniques may be used to determine the expected value of a solution. Benchmarking and market analysis and data mining techniques may be used to determine risks, trends, and variance. Risk analysis and management is used to identify, analyze, and develop a risk response plan. Acceptance and evaluation criteria is used to define acceptable solution performance through acceptance criteria. Metrics and key performance indicators, or KPIs, may be used to determine how well a solution contributes to goals. Observation is to observe a solution in action, especially if the data collected does not provide definitive conclusions. Root cause analysis is used to determine the causes of performance variance. We'll next discuss the data mining technique in a little more detail because knowledge of data mining techniques provides a business analyst with several advantages. So, what is data mining? Data mining is an analytical process where large amounts of data are examined from different perspectives. The results of data mining are generally mathematical models or equations that describe underlying patterns and relationships in data. Data mining is used to improve decision-making by finding useful patterns and insights from data. Data mining is a general term that covers 3 types of techniques: descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive. Descriptive. Clustering makes it easier to see the pattern in a set of data, such as similarities between customers. Diagnostic. Decision trees or segmentation can show why a pattern exists. Predictive. Regression or neural networks are used to predict the probability of a particular scenario becoming true in the future, such as predicting fraudulent transactions. Data mining activities have some strengths and a few limitations. Strengths of data mining. Data mining activities can reveal hidden patterns and create useful insights during analysis. Limitations of data mining. Performing data mining activities requires specialized knowledge. Applying techniques without understanding them may result in erroneous insights during analysis. The data mining process includes requirements elicitation, data preparation, data analysis, and deployment. In requirements elicitation, data mining is performed for identified business decisions or for discovering specific patterns in a functional area. A formal decision modeling technique is used as a top-down data mining strategy, and pattern discovery enterprise is used as a bottom-up data mining strategy to pick the right data sets. In data preparation, data mining tools work on analytical data sets. It is important that the data sets are of appropriate data type, volume, and quality. The data analysis step is iterative and often takes a long time. As part of data analysis, a wide variety of statistical measures are applied, and visualization tools are used to see how data values are distributed, what data is missing, and so on. Some examples of data mining tools include classification and regression trees, or CART, C5 and other decision tree analysis techniques, linear and logistic regression, neural networks, support sector machines, and predictive or addictive scorecards. Deployment. Once a model has been built, it must be deployed to be useful. Models may support human decision-making processes or automated decision-making systems that work on business rules. Let's next discuss who the stakeholders of business analysis are in the Analyze Performance Measures task. While analyzing solution performance, the business analyst may involve the project manager, domain subject matter expert, and sponsor. The domain subject matter expert and sponsor help identify risks and provide insight into data for analyzing solution performance. The project manager is responsible for overall risk management and may participate in risk analysis for the new or changed solution. With this, we conclude our discussion on the Analyze Performance Measures task. Next, we'll discuss the Assess Solution Limitations task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge Area. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, stakeholders of the Assess Solution Limitations task. The purpose of the Assess Solution Limitations task is to determine factors internal to the solution that restrict the full realization of its value. To recapitulate, the implemented solution and solution performance analysis are inputs to this task, and solution limitation is the output. The implemented solution may be in the prototype form or the beta release form. The elements of the Assess Solution Limitations task are: identify internal solution component dependencies, investigate solution problems, and assess impact. In the Identify Internal Solution Component Dependencies element, the business analyst identifies internal dependencies because solutions often have internal dependencies that limit the performance of the entire solution. In the Investigative Solution Problems element, the business analyst performs problem analysis to identify the source of the problems in a solution or solution components. In the Assess Impact element, the business analyst reviews identified problems to assess the effect they may have on the solution's capability to deliver potential value. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analyst may use the following as guidelines and tools while performing the Assess Solution Limitation task: change strategy, solution scope, and risk analysis results. Solution scope sets the boundaries to measure and evaluate. Change strategy is used to implement potential value. Risk analysis results provide overall level of risk and planned risk responses. A business analyst may use 11 techniques to assess solution limitations. The business analyst may use one more of these techniques based on the business analysis initiative. Let's learn about the need for each of these techniques. The acceptance and evaluation criteria technique is used to see to what level the defined acceptance criteria are met or not met by the solution. The benchmarking and market analysis technique is used to see if other organizations are experiencing similar solution challenges and, if possible, determine how the challenges were addressed. Business rules analysis and decision analysis are used to illustrate current business rules and decisions, and the changes required to achieve the potential value of the change. Data mining is used to identify the constraining factors affecting the solution. Interviews and survey and questionnaire help in performing problem analysis. Root cause analysis is used to identify underlying causes of the solution problems. Item tracking is used to record stakeholder concerns on why the solution is not meeting potential value. Lessons learned is used to identify what can be learned from the previous stages of solution development which might have impacted the realization of the solution's potential value. Risk analysis and management is used to identify, analyze, and manage the risks related to potential limitations of the solution. Let's next discuss who the stakeholders of business analysis are in the Assess Solution Limitations task. While assessing solution limitations, the business analyst may involve the following stakeholders: customer, end user, domain subject matter expert, regulator, sponsor, and tester. The customer and end users may review and provide feedback. The domain subject matter expert may identify potential limitations to the realization of the solution's value. The regulator may need to be consulted about the planning and potential value of a solution. The sponsor is responsible for approving the potential value and the change to the potential value. The tester is responsible for identifying solution problems during construction and implementation of the solution. This concludes our discussion on the Assess Solution Limitations task. Next, we'll discuss the Assess Enterprise Limitations task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge Area. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques and stakeholders of the Assess Enterprise Limitations task. The purpose of the Assess Enterprise Limitations task is to determine how factors external to the solution are restricting value realization. Therefore, we note that solution limitations are internal to the solution and enterprise limitations are external to the solution. To recapitulate, the current state description, implemented or constructed solution, and solution performance analysis are inputs to this task, and enterprise limitation is the output. Following are the elements of the Assess Enterprise Limitations task: enterprise culture assessment, stakeholder impact analysis that includes functions, locations, and concerns, organization structure changes, operational assessment. Enterprise culture assessment is used to determine if and what cultural changes are required to better realize value from a solution. The assessment is used to judge the enterprise's ability and willingness to adapt to cultural changes. Stakeholder impact analysis provides information on how the solution affects a particular stakeholder group. While analyzing stakeholder impact, the business analyst should consider the processes in which stakeholders use the solution, locations of the stakeholders, and concerns the stakeholders have with the solution. The business analyst may require to assess how organization structure changes is impacted by a solution. The existing reporting structure may be too complex or too simple to allow a solution to perform effectively. The business analyst shall also consider informal relationships in addition to formal relationships. For example, organization structure, such as the formal line of reporting structure and communication, could be impacted when considering the deployment of a new digital marketing solution. Operational assessment is performed to determine if the enterprise is able to adapt or effectively use a solution, and if the required processes and tools and appropriate assets are in place to support the solution. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analyst may use business objectives, solution scope, future state description, change strategy, and risk analysis results as guidelines and tools while performing the Analyze Performance Measures task. Business objectives are considered when determining solution performance. Solution scope sets the boundaries to measure and evaluate. Future state description provides expected potential value. Change strategy is used to implement potential value. Risk analysis results provide overall level of risk and planned risk responses. A business analyst may use 18 techniques to assess enterprise limitations. Let's learn about the need for each of the techniques. Brainstorming, interviews, survey or questionnaire, and workshops are used to identify organizational gaps or stakeholder concerns. Document analysis is used to understand organization structure, culture, and operations. Process analysis is used to identify possible opportunities to improve solution performance. Process modeling is used to illustrate current or changed business processes to achieve the potential value of the solution. Decision analysis is used to make decisions under conditions of uncertainty. Root cause analysis is used to identify underlying causes related to enterprise limitations. Item tracking is used to ensure the issues identified during assessments are tracked and resolved. The lessons learned technique is used to identify previous initiatives and enterprise interactions with the solution. Risk analysis and management is used to identify, analyze, and manage the risks related to potential limitations of the solution. The benchmarking and market analysis technique is used to identify existing enterprise interactions. Data mining is used to identify the factors that are constraining the performance of the solution. Observation is used to observe the interactions between the enterprise and the solution. The organizational modeling technique is used to identify the required changes to the organization's structure. The roles and permission matrix is used to determine stakeholder roles and permissions. A SWOT analysis demonstrates how a change will help the organization maximize its strengths and minimize its weaknesses. Let's discuss a roles and permissions matrix in more detail. A sample is shown here. A roles and permissions matrix is used to ensure all the solution activities are covered by denoting responsibility and identifying roles. This helps discover missing roles and enables the business analyst to communicate the results of a planned change. A roles and permission matrix provides procedural checks and balances as well as data security. A role is a label for a group of individuals. A single activity can be associated with one or more roles. Each individual assigned with the role can perform the associated solution activity. For creating a roles and permissions matrix, the business analyst needs to recognize the required level of detail for specific initiatives or activities. For identifying roles, the business analyst may review organization models, job descriptions, the solution user guide, and the procedure manual. Individuals with the same job title may have different roles, or individuals with different titles may have the same role. For example, the project manager or the tester could be playing the role of a business analyst. For identifying activities, the business analyst could use functional decomposition and process modeling to understand the functions, workflow, and activities. Depending on the initiative, roles and permissions may be identified in a RACI matrix or CRUD matrix. RACI stands for Responsible, Accountable, Consulted, Informed. CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update, Delete. Before we talk about identifying authorities, let's define authorities. Authorities are actions that identified roles are permitted to perform. For each activity, the business analyst identifies the level of authority for each role. The business analyst may further perform the following refinements. Delegations, where the business analyst determines the authorities that can be delegated. Inheritance, where the business analyst determines if each authority is assigned for a specific organizational level or for a subsidiary organizational unit level. Let's next discuss who the stakeholders of business analysis are in the Assess Enterprise Limitations task. While assessing solution limitations, the business analyst may involve the customer, end user, domain subject matter expert, regulator, and sponsor. The customer may interact with the organization in the use of the solution. End users may be customers or people who work within the organization. The domain subject matter expert may provide inputs on how the organization interacts with the solution. The regulator may have unique inputs to organizational assessment, as relevant regulations must be included in the requirements. The sponsor authorizes and ensures funding for solution delivery. With this, we conclude our discussion on the Assess Enterprise Limitation task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge Area. Next, we'll discuss the final task of the Solution Evaluation Knowledge Area, that is, recommend actions to increase solution value. In this topic, you will learn about the purpose, elements, guidelines and tools, techniques, and stakeholders of the recommend actions to increase solution value task. The purpose of the recommend actions to increase solution value task is to enable the understanding of the factors that are creating the gap between potential value and actual value of the solution and recommend actions to align them. Identify alternatives and actions to improve solution performance and increase value realization. Recommendations generally indicate whether the solution should be replaced, retired, or enhanced. To recapitulate, enterprise limitations and solution limitations are inputs to this task, and recommended actions are its output. The elements of the recommend actions to increase solution value task are the following: adjust solution performance, provide recommendations, factors impact decisions. In adjust solution performance measures, the business analyst may have to define appropriate measures when the solution performance is not supporting business goals and objectives. For the provide recommendations element, it's not necessary that recommendations are always made to increase solution performance. Depending on the reason, it may be reasonable to take no action, adjust the external factors to the solution, or reset expectations for the solution. Let's look at some common examples of recommendations. Do nothing, usually when the value of a change is low relative to the effort needed. Organizational change. Organizational change is a process for managing the attitude about the change related to the solution and managing the participation in the change related to the solution. The business analyst may help in providing recommendations for changes to the organization structure as job functions may change as a result of automation of tasks. Reduce complexity of interfaces. Reducing complexity between interfaces can improve understanding. Interfaces may be between systems or between people. Eliminate redundancy. Different stakeholders may have common needs, which can be met with a single solution, reducing the cost of implementation. Avoid waste. Remove the non-value activities in a process and minimize the activities which are not directly contributing to the final product or service delivery. Identify additional capabilities. Solution options may offer additional capabilities which are currently not required by the organization, but may have potential value in the future. Retire the solution. It may be necessary to consider the replacement of the solution or a solution component because of technology obsolescence or a solution's end of life. Several factors could impact the decision about replacing or retiring a solution. Let's look at what they are. Ongoing cost versus initial investment. It's common for the existing solution to have increasing maintenance costs and decreasing value. The alternative could be a higher investment cost upfront and lower maintenance cost later. Opportunity cost. It is potential value that could be realized by pursuing alternative courses of action. Necessity. After a certain point in the life cycle, it becomes necessary to replace a solution or solution component. Sunk cost. It describes the money and effort already committed to an initiative, and this cannot be recovered. So the business analyst should not consider sunk cost when considering future action. In addition to the inputs discussed, the business analyst may use several other elements such as business objectives, solution scope, and current state description as guidelines and tools while performing the recommended actions to increase solution value task. Let's look at these. Business objectives are considered when determining solution performance. Solution scope sets the boundaries to measure and evaluate. Current state description provides the context within which work needs to be completed. A business analyst may use 9 techniques to recommend actions to increase solution value. Let's learn about the need for each of the techniques. Data mining is used to identify the factors that are constraining the performance of the solution. Decision analysis is used to make decisions under conditions of uncertainty. Process analysis is used to identify possible opportunities to improve performance. Financial analysis is used to assess the potential costs and benefits of a change. Focus group and survey or questionnaire techniques may be used to gather opinion, feedback, and attitude to determine if value has been met or exceeded. Organizational modeling is used to ensure identification of the required changes to the organization structure. Prioritization is used to identify the relative value of different actions to improve solution performance. Risk analysis and management is used to identify, analyze, and manage the risks related to potential limitations of the solution. Let's next discuss who the stakeholders of business analysis are in the recommend actions to increase solution task. When recommending actions to increase solution value, the business analyst may involve the customer, end user, domain subject matter expert, regulator, and sponsor. The customer may interact with the organization in the use of the solution. End users may be customers or people who work within the organization. The domain subject matter expert may provide inputs on how to change the solution to increase value. The regulator may have unique inputs to organizational assessment as relevant regulations must be included in the requirements. The sponsor authorizes and ensures funding for implementation of any recommended actions. With this, we conclude our discussion on the recommend actions to increase solution value task of the solution evaluation knowledge area.
That's a wrap on our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.